Man,
Yeah,
that's a football
it was
game.
supposed to end at 11:30, and it went to like 12:30 instead.
Yeah, man.
You know what I mean? So I was like, yo, this award show is long as hell. That's like the longest show ever. But it was good though.
Yeah, man.
I,
Yeah,
I
man.
thought it was good. And
I didn't see it. You got to give
yeah.
me the recap.
Well, I mean, they were. I thought they was just gonna be. They were just honoring Snoop Dogg and Mariah Carey, but they gave Jamie Foxx a lifetime award, and it was somebody else they gave an award to. It was like four different people, and it was actually good. It was actually a good show, and I haven't watched the BT Awards in a long time. 'Cause I just thought it got crap after a while.
Yeah.
But this year was good, and I don't know if it was good because it was like the anniversary for 106 in Park, and then they had it was the anniversary for like the whole network. I think it was like 45 years or something.
Yeah. Yeah.
And even the pre-show, like I watched a piece of the pre-show, and they had Mario performed, and they had Lamelo, not Lamelo, Leangelo.
Yeah.
D'Angelo Ball, he performed with Lonzo. Lonzo came out and performed with him, and they actually was good, and I wasn't looking forward to a good show, but they went all out, and now people are saying, well, they need to keep that energy up every year on the BT Awards.
Yeah, man. It wasn't the EBT awards. It was the BET awards.
And I love the way that they started it out, like the energy they had for like having Free and Jalissa and Big Tigger and Terrence come out, and it was like watching One Assistant Park, but it was on stage.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I love the way that they did that, and they had like the crowd participation on stage with them, and bringing out some of like the artists that were on there, Ashanti and Bow Wow with Jermaine Dupri. Ti performed. I'm like, this remind me of watching 106 in Park back then.
Yeah, man.
You know, and that AJ couldn't be there, and Roxy couldn't be there. Roxy put out like a whole Instagram post about it yesterday, and how she couldn't be there, whatever. But it was good. I definitely enjoyed it, and supposedly they coming with the new 106 in Park, but it's gonna be called 106 in Sports with with Cam Newton and I forgot the girl name, Ashley something her name is. I forgot her last name.
Yeah, she know her. Yeah. 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 Yeah.
So they're gonna be doing that in the fall. So I just want to know, like, how is that gonna be like? Because 106 in Sports, is that gonna be like they just have like the same show, but it's gonna be athletes gonna coming up on there?
Yeah. I don't know, man. I think Brandon Marshall kind of set the blueprint for what what I'm saying, decent podcasting should be like
Right.
from athletes.
Uh,
You know what I'm saying? Now you have a lot of people following down that same lane that Brandon Marshall started,
right.
you know. And so I think they might be headed down that lane. And if they do, I don't think this would be a bad thing because it'd be variety,
Right.
something different,
Yeah.
even though it still be entertaining. It's the same people. It's just from a athlete perspective.
Right.
So
I
yeah,
mean, but is that gonna be? I don't know if it's gonna be as big as 106 in Park though, because not everybody's into sports like that.
yeah, yeah.
You know.
I guess my question is, will it be uh, like those entertainment shows where uh, like entertainment tonight? Will it be similar to that where you have
Right.
it'll be a sports show but mixed with pop culture?
Mhm.
Because I can't imagine Cam Newton and and the female co-host
Mhm.
giving nuanced breakdowns of the sports news of the day and only keeping
Right.
it on sports.
Right, and right. That's what I'm saying. That like, how are they going to keep it entertaining and it's just regarding sports? You
I
know,
mean, Deion Sanders had a show. He has a show with Roxy that's on Tubi. I don't. I mean, I haven't seen it,
I haven't seen it
but
yet.
Deion Sanders is, well, like, to me, in terms of personality, Deion Sanders, he's at the top.
Right.
Cam Newton, he doesn't even scratch the surface.
Yeah.
So I like, if whenever it does come on, I think I'll look at it because I'm curious to see how they will integrate the 106 and Park format with the sports format.
Hmm.
Because I think Cam Newton, he can talk sports,
Hmm.
but I've seen Cam Newton make some terrible have some terrible moments talking about things outside of sports.
Right. And maybe that's why they hired him for this show. Maybe they want his hot takes on different things besides sports.
Yeah, and
I
I think.
maybe
Oh,
it's
go
not
ahead.
about Cam. Maybe it's
Mm.
not. The way I see it is not. It's not about Cam, man. It's about rich people talking about rich people stuff. You
Right.
know what I'm saying? Inside that life, like how he got his money, really
Hmm.
don't matter as much as what he talk about.
Right.
You feel me? Like for instance, if you didn't know that Cam Newton got his Ferraris and all them big houses, and he hang around rich people, if you thought he got it on Wall Street, you know what I'm saying, you'd still listen.
Hmm.
But since he got it during sports, you know what I'm saying, I
Right.
think it's because you don't have to be from the hood to have terrible takes. You could be from anywhere to have terrible takes.
Right.
I mean, bro, trust me, I see Elon Musk every now and then, bro.
Hmm.
You know what I'm saying? And he
Right.
rich, and he, you know what I'm saying, and he have
Yeah.
terrible takes. But the thing with Cam and 106 in sports is, um, I think they may only be using the platform for name recognition, but it'll
Hmm.
be something totally different.
Oh
You know what I'm
yeah.
saying? Like
Right.
how people don't remember 106 in Park was kind of like an early offshoot of Video Soul. Y'all remember Video Soul?
Hell
Yes.
yeah.
With Chevy
Yeah,
Carter and Donnie
yeah,
Simpson.
yeah.
Yeah.
And you remember, and so it was like that same afternoon vibes with people, you know what I'm saying, playing
Right.
music, talking to celebrities, and
Hmm.
then you know what I'm saying, they kind of rebranded a little bit with some fresh energy and
Yeah.
things of that sort. And before you know it, people forgot about Video Soul, and I think it'll probably be the same thing with 106 in Park because the 106 in
Right.
Park crowd is probably in their 30s and 40s, maybe late 40s, maybe early 50s, and the
Right.
generation they shooting for is like teens, 20s, 30s. You know what I'm saying? The people of that
Yeah.
age is still
Yeah.
gonna the people of the 106 and Park generation are gonna clamor for the 106 and Park because that's what they know. But it's a group of people out there that don't know either one of them, and they need something for their age. So
But let me ask you something, Unc. Like, is that is I feel like the lifestyle now for celebrities and athletes, like it seemed to take like it's more in the front seat than the actual music and the games and I feel like I think that's what this generation they're more interested in now. Like they want to hear about the lifestyle of these athletes than the actual them playing in the games and is that hurting the sport and hurting the entertainment?
man, I would say so what? In my opinion, you know what I'm saying? I'm like, what do you want to talk about? Like, do you want to talk about, third down and seven, or do you want to talk about, what I'm saying, I met Rihanna at the club.
Right.
That's the way I see it. Like,
Yeah.
only the jocks gonna want to know, yo, Cam, man, that fourth down and 12, bro. You know what I'm saying, in Cincinnati. You know what I'm saying? Some people don't even know where Cincinnati at. They can't point to it on a map. But if
Right.
but if you talk but if you talk to them about how they was hanging out with some hot R&B chick,
Hmm.
that might be in their bag, that they wheelhouse, bro.
Right. Cause they were talking today about what's his name, Travis Hunter was, they showing him working out with the Jaguars, and then they're like, oh well, he just bought a I think like 2.3 or $3.2 million house for his fiance, and I'm like, but who cares about that stuff though?
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah, I just wanted to see him play on the field, you know.
Yeah,
To me, I
that's
think I think like the from what you're describing, it
Mhm.
seems like this is like it's going to be similar to lifestyles of the rich and famous.
Right.
Like maybe like Cam is going to be on this Robin Leach,
Hmm.
talking to fellow rich people about their investments and talking to them about their about the party that they attended, and it's going to
Hmm.
be like it's going to be a window into that celebrity Hollywood lifestyle.
Right. Yeah. I mean, we'll see how we do. I don't know. I'm like, and they're using the same name. It's just they're just changing it a little bit, and I'm like, I don't know if people are going to tune in to see Cam Newton every day. You know?
But I think it's interesting because um, uh, it was mentioned that they're trying to go for the teen, uh, the demographic of teenagers and people in
Right.
their early 20s.
Hmm.
I thought, to me, Cam Newton isn't exactly a spring chicken.
Right.
So, I wonder, like, how is Cam Newton going to engage younger people?
he'll do that by bringing on young guests, bro.
Hmm.
Like
Okay,
think about Cam ain't gonna sit there on the whole time by himself.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? They're gonna bring people on that's relevant, and Cam Newton is a good interviewer, kind of like my guy that be with Carmelo Anthony for the 7 p.m. in Brooklyn podcast.
Oh yeah. What's his name? Nero.
Yeah, like
Kid
he,
Mero.
yeah, Nero and
Yeah.
the other guy to be I know it's the
Yeah. There's
two of
another
them,
guy there now.
but it's yeah, it's another dude that kind of keep Nero from going to outer space and keep
Yeah.
Melo talking, because Nero will go to outer space, bro, and
Yep.
Melo will stop talking. You know what I'm saying? So
But the thing
yeah,
about Mero, he is a very uh like his observations are very humorous. Like he has a great mix of shit talking
Hmm.
and social observation
yeah,
Right.
that I think is needed. Because like you said, Carmelo, he can be kind of reserved, so it kind of keeps the
Right.
show rolling.
Oh
yeah,
yeah. But yeah,
yeah,
I thought it, all in all, like the show was good. I think Kevin Hart was a great host. He was hilarious. You know, he was cracking his jokes and doing his little stuff in the audience, and um the tributes to Mariah was good. The Snoop Dogg tribute was excellent. He had Dr. Dre come out and induct him, and that's who I expected to come out. I'm like, yo, it got to be Dre. I can't see nobody else that's gonna give him this lifetime achievement award. And Dre came out, and Snoop's wife was on stage with him, and
yeah,
Warren G was there, and it was great. It was great too that they honored the true legends, that deserved it, and the performances were great. Like I mentioned before we went on, Glorilla, she looked gorgeous, and she did her thing, and you know
yeah. She
um
can rap, bro.
that's what you keep saying. I have yet to hear a Glorilla album.
Bro, you bought a Glorilla album? No, that's the thing.
No,
Okay, all
I
right,
have that.
okay, all right.
I have that. I don't know. I think I would lose my hip hop credentials if I actually bought a Glorilla album.
Come on, man.
You
Come
know what I
on.
mean? I've heard some songs like the Let It Cook joints. Like she performed Let It Cook on at the show, and she did a song with Keisha Cole also, because Keisha Cole had came out,
Yeah,
and she had performed the song with Keisha, and she had won a gospel award that she did a song with Kirk Franklin,
yeah,
and he had gotten honored also at the end, towards the end of the show, and
yeah,
you know Tiana Taylor, her performance was good. It was like real futuristic. Um, Yeah, it was a great show. Like I said, like I love the Warner System Park performances. Like a lot of them I haven't seen perform in forever. So that was a good tribute, and I think like just from there, from the start of that show, they just kept that whole energy for the whole night, and it wasn't like a bad nothing bad on the show. I definitely enjoyed it. You know.
Yeah, it's definitely long though.
It ran a little bit too long, and I think it was more towards like the end when Kirk Franklin was on there and he was giving his speech. It ran a little bit too long, and in his performances, he also performed as well. And but Doshi, I like Doshi had won an award also, and I like what she said about the whole thing regarding the what's going on in LA right now and the government and you know she I definitely like Doshi. I liked her mixtape, and I think she's gonna be a great artist, and I can't wait to hear her album when it finally comes out. And yeah, it was a good show. I wasn't expecting it to be good. I'm like, maybe it'll be good in some parts, but I actually watched the whole show, and I haven't done that in like 20 years for BT.
Yeah, me either, man. I hadn't watched in a while.
Yeah, because I don't even watch nothing on the network anymore. Like I all the shows that I watched are all gone now. Like I loved Rap City, and One System Park had his moments, and all of those shows are gone now.
Yeah,
You know,
and Up All Night with Vivica Fox
yeah,
and Patti
right.
LaBelle.
That they had Midnight Love, and
Yeah,
it was some great shows on there, and like they all gone now. And
Caribbean Rhythms was on there.
yes, with Rachel,
Yeah,
yeah, that was my joint. You know, but yeah, it was definitely a good show. I think if people missed it, they should go back and check it out just for the nostalgia. Kendrick won like 5 awards, and
yeah.
he actually was there. Like I didn't see him on the red carpet, but when they had announced his category, like he was actually there, and he got all his awards. And there was a point in the award show where Kevin Hart gave him all five, and Kevin Hart is he's telling him like, look, this is not my problem. You gotta find a way to get these awards out of here.
Right, right.
That was hilarious. But yeah, Kendrick won. He won for like best rap album and best video and some other stuff.
Yeah, man. They trying to step their game up, man.
Yeah, yeah, and rightfully so. And I find it funny how they put him and Drake in the same category.
Hilarious.
'Cause they did that on purpose.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
know, um, there was a point where they showed like before the show on the red carpet where Bow Wow was like interviewing different guests for the BT Instagram page, and then there was like a point where Erica Mena from Love and Hip Hop she was greeting them, and then and he got caught off guard because he didn't know that she was gonna be there, and they were
Yeah,
hugging, and
yeah,
and that was like his ex or whatever, so he was like caught off guard by that. I thought that was a hilarious moment too.
yeah. That's hilarious.
And just seeing him on stage again, reunited with Jermaine, because they had like they little falling out too in the past, and just seeing them reunited on stage was good to see. I'm like that's how it's supposed to be, because Jermaine really made him who he is now.
Yeah, yeah.
You know,
Wait. Hold on. What would you say?
Jermaine made Bow Wow. Remember Bow Wow was his artist on Social Dubs. Jermaine Dupri.
I ain't come here to argue, bro. Try. I
You,
promise
hold
you.
up, you are not about to tell me that Jermaine Dupri did not make Bow Wow who he is.
What,
Do you really believe that? So you're saying Bow Wow is who he is now without Jermaine Dupri?
no, what I'm saying is Jermaine Dupri is a random without Bow Wow. That's what I'm saying.
That is not true.
That is
He's a random. A
absolutely
random what?
a random guy.
What?
He just a random, bro.
What random? This man made stars out of two kids just by seeing two kids in the mall with wearing their clothes backwards. He made them millionaires. He made them. He's the only one. He made them on the show Lifestyles of the Rich and Famous before Robin Leach passed away.
Bro. I, okay.
The big hits that Usher has. Name like the biggest hits that Usher has. That was all
The,
Jermaine.
okay, all right,
Mariah Carey, Escape, The
right.
Brat.
A lot of them were after Bow Wow though, right?
Well, some of them was like Jagged Edge was like during the time when Bow Wow
During
had
yeah,
came out.
that was during Bow Wow for sure.
Right. But
Right
even even
during and
but I
after
mean
them.
even if Bow Wow was out during the 90s, I think he still would have been a big kid artist in hip hop.
Yeah, I remember Jermaine Dupri for them girls that used to dress up like dudes and them two boys that was just
Escape?
oh
Oh my
yeah,
lord.
yeah.
Oh man. And you know what's crazy? I never heard that when Escape came out. I never heard that, oh, they look like boys or they look like female gangsters or whatever.
You must
That
not have
was just the
heard.
style. Like when 93 came and we were rocking the Dickies khakis and the Tims, and we wanted to dress like the West Coast.
Did you not
Not
hear? Did you not hear Biggie on Dreams
I
describing
did. But
Escape?
but yeah, but that was for one video. One video they looked like gangbangs. It wasn't like they were dressing like that their whole entire career.
they was a day.
You know what I'm
Jermaine
saying?
Dupri, man, Jermaine Dupri is a biter, bro. In the early years, he was a
Oh my
biter.
god. Oh my
That's why.
Yo,
That's
god.
why.
yo,
That's why Escape
the,
looked
the
like Naughty
brat
by
was a
Nature.
female Snoop.
Yeah, I felt like she was influenced by G Funk, and I mean a lot of artists were influenced by G Funk at that time. That was the trendy sound.
I'm like, yeah, but I'm talking about the brat's like vocal inflections, like her,
Mhm.
even like her mannerisms in the Funktified video.
Right.
If you play Funktified, if you play the Funktified video and
Uh-huh.
then play the Gin and Juice video back to back, it's like
Right.
the brat looked at that Gin and Juice video and copied it, you know, movement for movement.
Right.
Yeah.
Or that could have been actually the music they were playing in Chicago at that time.
Nah,
No,
nah,
I mean
man.
she's from there. You know what I'm saying? Maybe that's what they were rocking with.
You know who else came out at the same time as the Brat?
Cool.
Common. He from
Yeah,
Chicago. Twister,
he did.
Tongue Twister. Remember he was Tongue Twister
Yeah,
in
Twister.
'93.
Twister came out. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. So yeah, I just think Jermaine Dupri was a biter, man. You know what I'm saying? Because he was trying to get them. He's trying to get them little boys to sound like another group
Oh my
that Eric
God.
Sermon and Paris Smith had out.
Illegal? No, I don't
No,
believe he
no,
was trying
not
to make
no,
them sound
not
like them.
them. No, I'm talking about
Not
Das
illegal.
Effect.
That's effects.
Yeah, he was
I
trying to
never
get.
felt like. I mean, I've heard that before, but I never felt like Chris Cross was trying to. I mean, there was a lot of artists that was trying to sound like Das because they had their own style.
Yeah,
But remember I had mentioned too. There was a time when Lords of the Underground first came out, and then there was people saying, "Well, Lord sound like Das Effects." I'm like, those are two different groups.
and two different sounds. Yeah, two different
Yeah, they
groups.
don't have the same. They don't have the same producers. They're not from the same area.
They don't even rap alike.
Well, what isn't
Right.
isn't Das Effects from Jersey?
Nah, they from
Brooklyn.
they from here. Well, they from originally. I think one of them is from Virginia, but they migrated to Brooklyn.
Yeah,
Okay, then I was
You know what I'm
then I was
saying? But
misinformed. Then
it was when you listen to Here Comes the Lords and you listen to Dead Serious. Those are two different albums.
yeah, they two
oh,
different
I,
albums.
I agree wholeheartedly.
You know what I mean? So and then when you listen to like the R&B artists that were trying to rap, like Mr. Dalvin at that time from
Yeah.
Jodeci, he was you listen to Diary of a Madman, he sounds like Das Effects on that album.
I get it, but crisscross. When you heard crisscross, the first words out of their mouth, you heard them say, "Some of them try to rhyme, but they can't rhyme like this.
Hmm.
Some of them try to rhyme, but they can't rhyme like." Remember that?
Hmm.
You remember?
Yeah.
That's the first things we ever heard out of their mouth. Nobody in
But
'93 was nobody no G Funk dude was rapping like that, bro.
but you know
Right.
what I got? But you know who was the worst offender of biting Das Effects?
Who's
And
that?
I can make the argument that this dude was a true culture vulture, Dame Dash voice. Do
Oh.
y'all remember this guy named Snow?
Yeah,
Yes.
That
Yo,
damn
you know what's
Informer
crazy?
song.
I
yeah.
have cousins in Canada that went to school with Snow. and they had told me even back then in the '90s that he wasn't like doing the whole Jamaican thing, the whole Raka style and all that. So
Yo,
I don't know. I always
Wow.
thought he was a dope artist, but he
I
got hated
didn't.
on because he was white.
I didn't. I always felt that was the to me one of the worst examples of a white artist hijacking a sound that is purely black and coming from the black experience and then just ripping it off and it became a pop hit. To me, that's no different than in the 50s when you had, you know, Pat Boone and all of these white artists covering Little Richard, Fats Dominoes, and all of those uh 50s rhythm and blues artists. And then those white artists went on to sell millions of records. That
But
Informer
bro,
song was played so much, I hated that song.
when you go to to the Caribbean, there's white people that have the Jamaican accent. You go to Jamaica right now, there's white people with a Jamaican accent. You would swear they sound like Shabba Ranks or Buju Banton.
Because they Jamaican, right?
Yeah, because they straight from there. They're gonna
Yeah,
have the accent,
yeah.
and
I mean,
it's gonna look weird to you, like, oh, this white guy has a Jamaican accent, but they have white people that sound like a reggae artist.
I mean, Jamaican is their nationality, but
Right.
but their ethnicity is not black. And to me, the thing that made it most offensive to me was MC Shan was behind this. I'm like, really, really, dude.
Hmm.
Like like it's always like that one black figure that co-signs a cheap white imitation of something that's pure. And MC Shan had that, you know, whack verse
Right.
on it as well. I mean, I get what you're saying, but in '93, I felt like Das Effects, they could like they would never do it even if it was allowed.
Hmm.
But if Das Effects truly wanted to, they could have issued like some kind of cease and desist injunction to pull that record off of the shelves.
Oh
That's how
man,
offensive I found it.
that's how bad you didn't like it. You was like, nah, this have to go.
Yeah,
Yo,
we wasn't smart enough back then, bro. We ain't know nothing about that.
See, my thing
We
is, you
should
know
have,
what? That
because if you think about it, if we was smart enough back then to sue people for sounding like us, we would
mm,
have never signed them 360 deals, bro. You know what I'm saying?
mm.
yeah.
Some of that stuff when you don't know, bro, you just don't know. You know what I'm saying?
But the
Like
thing
a
is,
lot.
it's like when people was thinking like that, it's because of Vanilla Ice. When they saw Vanilla Ice, how he went multi platinum off of one song, and he was basically biting like what Hammer was doing. So then it's like now you see like this artist come from Canada and he's doing reggae, but he's white. And so a lot of people felt like that, like, oh, I'm not listening to him. He white and he trying to do what he's trying to be a dancehall artist.
and
You
and,
know?
and I remember like
Yeah.
there was like a big thing about Snow because Snow he had, you know, he didn't he have like a murder in his a murder record in his jacket,
Yeah.
like he stabbed somebody,
Hmm.
and
Crazy.
they made sure that was known up front and center.
Yeah.
Yeah. At the
So
same time,
yeah,
I feel you, but at the same time, Snow came out with Informer because Informer was a dope song. Now,
Yeah.
whether we if we never saw Snow face,
Right.
we'd have been like, yo, that song is fire.
Yeah.
Right. But at the same time, it was a lot of dudes from the 80s putting out whack music. Yeah, y'all remember the songs Melly Mel put out in 90 and 91?
Nope.
Dumb shit. Ooh, they
I
was
don't know none of
whack,
them.
bro. Whack.
you know,
You know what I'm saying? Yeah, y'all don't. Nobody remember Jekyll and Hyde.
Nope.
Nobody remember Audio Two. Audio Two
Oh yeah,
before
yeah,
audio
they
too, of
broke up.
I
course.
remember audio too.
Yeah.
No, I'm talking about. No, I'm not talking about in their prime. I'm not talking about '86.
90s audio too?
I'm talking about 90, 91.
Nah.
Nah,
Oh, they put out a joint called what was the name of that joint? Something with I forgot the because I do remember Video Music Box playing a video from them during the '90s. I forgot the name of it though.
Right.
It
Yeah. I
was
mean,
like something with milk in it again.
yeah, because it was forgettable.
Yeah,
Yeah, because it was forgettable, bro. Right? Because think
right.
about it, in 90, there was such an influx of new talent, especially when you're talking about the native tongues,
Mhm.
Brand Nubian, NWA,
Yeah,
whole bunch of groups, man. And when you got the old school cats coming in and they ain't putting out nothing, bro. Think about where Run DMC would have been at. Run DMC was putting out stuff too.
right.
Forgettable. It was forgettable stuff.
Yeah,
If it wasn't for Pete Rock, bro,
yeah.
Run DMC might not have. Yeah, Run
I,
Even
DMC
w-
would have
even
been
even
catching
though
shit
I
too.
still feel like Down with the King isn't a classic album, but they had some bangers on there.
but yeah, if you look at the records that Run DMC put out prior to Down with the King,
Mhm.
they were floundering
Yeah,
creatively because I kind of look at that period. To me, I think it's analogous to when uh to the when the R&B artists of the 60s were struggling to stay relevant, so they were putting
mhm.
out disco records because
Yeah,
disco
Right.
was so big. I felt like at that time, you know, Melly Mel, Audio 2, like you mentioned,
Kumo D.
Kumo D, they they were doing their best to hold on and and make and connect with a new audience uh that was starting to innovate past their predecessors.
Right.
Right.
Like, does
I
that make
agree.
sense? Like with the native tongue, they were infusing Afrocentricity and a lot of and a lot of bohemian vibes into their fashion, into their rhetoric,
Mhm.
and it was starting to make its impact on hip hop,
Right.
and, and even to a certain extent, Kane fell victim to it because the Prince of Darkness album in '91. I think the one saving grace was Enough Respect because the Taste of Chocolate before then was panned,
Yeah.
and then the Prince of Darkness album, he was really trying to, like he was really trying to brand himself as the debonair
Yep.
uh, brother with the suits,
Hmm.
like what Jay-Z went on to take to another level. Kane was trying to do, but because of where hip hop was, he was kind of stifled and marginalized.
We talk about that all the time because Uncle Freezie don't care for King. Like, and I tell him, I'm like, yo, I love Big Daddy Kane, but he really messed up when he was going for radio play. When he was coming out with joints like For the Love in You and Groove with It and Very Special, we wasn't feeling that. Like he picked like the worst songs off of those albums to come out, and some of those albums were fire, but I don't like the singles he picked for like Prince of Darkness.
Yeah,
But
all that.
the rest of the album, like when you skip those singles, was fire.
Yeah, man, all them joints was trash to me. All of them, bro.
Yo,
All of them, bro. Kane been whacked since '90, bro.
Oh man.
hey, yo, Uncle Freeze, do you remember Five MC?
Yep.
Yo, he
Hey,
he
that
had
was
that he had that hit, and I always felt like deep down Kane must have been pissed. Like, ain't this a bitch? Like,
That
I
he
heard
gave up.
that.
Hey, that's a great comp, bro. That
Yeah,
Big Daddy
I've
Kane
heard
gave up his
I've
style to Father
I,
MC.
I've heard people tell me that they feel like Fall MC was like a dollar store king.
It- I
You know
feel
what I'm saying?
like
he
I feel
was.
like Kane is a dollar store Father MC, bro.
Oh man, what?
Yeah,
No,
yeah.
no. Fall MC don't have the he didn't have the same type of lyricism like King.
No, I'm talking about the style. Nobody raps like Kane. That's not what I'm saying. but I'm talking about raw Kane,
Mhm.
right? I'm talking about, fresh cameo cut every day Kane,
Right.
not you know not I got on a linen smoking jacket Kane. Yo,
See, but I can't. Let's say Kane, but see, Kane is one of those artists that he changed his style up after the second album, right? And when you look at Father, like I can't remember any Father MC track that was hardcore. He always had these songs geared towards the ladies, or it was about love and relationships. He never had like a raw or set it off.
yeah, it did because Diddy told him to be that, bro. Diddy was like,
Yeah,
yo, what I'm saying, father out here with baby oil and you know what I'm saying, and lavender smoking jackets and shit, man. Kane giving up his
yeah.
land. Yo, why would Kane give up his spot, bro? Kane gave up his
He,
spot so that
'cause
he
he
can,
tried to be
you know
like
what I'm
LL. He
saying?
saw what LL was doing. He said, "I could do what LL was doing."
But LL wasn't wearing
Yeah,
like, you know what I'm saying?
yeah.
And then when you think about LL2 during that same period, like from like after Mama Said Knock You Out, right?
Mhm.
So it was the last good joint off Mama Said Knock You Out. The last single, Booming System.
Nah, that was the
So
first
after,
one.
No, I
The
think
last one I think was six
around the
minutes. I think 6 minutes was the last one.
yeah, six, six,
wasn't it
six.
around the way girl?
No, we talking about the last single. The last
Yeah,
single.
I think it was 6 minutes.
Think about
Okay.
6 minutes of pleasure was released, right? I
Right.
know why you here. I ain't saying.
Hmm.
Think about that joint, right? And then think about all the joints he put out until '95, right? Because he had the Mr. Smith album
Yeah, that was
was out.
95.
Yeah, well, I'm sorry, not Mr. I'm sorry. 14 Shots of the Dome came out in
Oh yeah,
'93.
93. Right, right, right.
Yeah, and then you like, bro, he had a couple of joints off there, and I'm like, look, like Backseat was on there.
Yeah, that was my
And,
joint.
yeah, Backseat was on there. That was my joint. Pink Cookies in a Plastic Bag Getting Crushed by
Hmm.
Buildings was on there.
Yep.
And the lead joint, I forget the lead single
How I'm
off that.
coming. That was the first single.
What was it? I'm sorry.
How I'm coming.
Yeah, that's, man. See, you see how he felt like he had to. Yeah, I ain't one. Yeah,
Yeah, but see, LL could do that though.
yeah.
He was. It's not like he just started doing the love songs. He was doing it since I Need Love. So he knew how to balance it out where he can give the love joint and then do something for the streets. Kane couldn't do that though.
And and LL's love songs were infinitely better than Kane's.
Yeah. Oh yeah,
I
they were
mean,
good.
and a lot of it has to do with LL's youth.
Right.
Like like the thing that to me the thing that I felt sunk Kane's ship was that the love songs that he was putting out, it may have connected to like his female fan base, but it wasn't it wasn't touching anything that was playing in the clubs. It
Right.
wasn't touching anything that was being played on R&B radio, like the joint with Barry White. The lover in you when he sampled Prince.
Right.
That like to me that might play well like on Valentine's Day,
Hmm.
but what Father MC succeeded was that he was much more like in terms of execution. Uptown Records, they really worked on.
Yeah.
We're going to we're going to get you a sound that's going to be banging in the clubs.
Hmm.
Kane didn't have that.
He didn't have that.
Like I think Kane might have benefited from maybe a remix, but
Yeah.
and also Uptown Records was starting to supplant Cold Chillin'.
Hmm.
If you think about it, after eh, what was the last uh, record on Cold Chillin' that was compatible to anything Uptown was putting out?
Yeah, I don't
Jizza?
even.
You talking about Jizza? Talking about Jizza era?
Yeah.
I like words from the Genius, but that was really, that record flopped, didn't it?
Yeah, yeah,
Say, and Master Ace's debut album,
Hmm.
I liked it, but
he a
what
lyricist, but the beats wasn't always. Yeah, you
Right.
felt like something was missing on those Craig G albums,
Right.
like something. But let me speak to your point though about Kane. I'm gonna say this publicly, and I think we need to set the record straight for hip hop heads that know. Um, Big Daddy Kane was never a sex symbol.
Right.
Period. He did it and it worked for a little bit and it looked like an energetic gimmick. And then when but when people realized Heavy D was doing that the whole time, people was
Hmm.
like, "Oh snap! Why would I listen to a Big Daddy Kane song with him and the Drifters when I can listen to Black Coffee, No Sugar, No Cream, right? Like,
Right.
like why would I legitimately? Why would I listen to a Big Daddy Kane song with Barry White when I can go get this Prince Marky D solo album?
Hmm.
Yeah, I remember Prince Marky D solo
Yep.
joint.
Yeah, I remember
mm-hmm,
that. 90. That was 93
mm-hmm.
also, right? 92, 93.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying,
Yeah.
bro. Like it was mad dudes coming out talking to the ladies, bro. Like it was mad dudes out come talking to the ladies, bro. It was like a like bro, I mean, bro, the Jungle Brothers, that's all they talked about for man the whole album.
Right.
Just like that's all they talked about. Like, you know what I'm saying? Life in the city and life in the city with girls. That's it.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? That's yeah, man. I mean, think about why would I buy a Big Daddy Kane album when I can legit listen to Drez.
See, but I think Dress wasn't for everybody though, and
Nah,
even
Drez.
with like Black Sheep, they were different. Even though they were down with the native tongues, they just had like a different philosophy that we wasn't used to. Compared, like, I think they were more older, in their years compared to when we listen to De La Soul or Tribe,
Yeah,
and they just came at the audience differently.
yeah,
And as far as like Heavy D, what what Heavy D really did was that he reimagined what a sex symbol for black men in hip hop could be. It's
Right.
like you don't have to have a six pack, you don't have to have muscles, you don't have to have the physical build of a Kane or an LL to appeal and sell to women. Like
right,
like Heavy D's, his personality,
Hmm.
his his ability to dance up a storm.
Yep.
Like like up until then, when did you ever see a brother, you know, the overweight lover, somebody who damn near could be a football player on a
Hmm.
defensive line, dance that smoothly,
Right.
rhyme with that much lyrical uh, finesse and acrobatic, uh, flow, and really have the streets and the clubs.
Yeah. We haven't seen that since Heavy D. That Killer Mike is not doing that. Rick
no,
Ross definitely has not done that.
no,
I
You
mean,
know.
think about it: the streets and the club, meaning hip hop heads are satisfied, and the ladies that see that want to be with them are satisfied. Like that is hard to do in hip hop.
it's
Right.
hard to sustain. Candyman did it.
Candyman. Wow.
Yeah,
You took it back.
Yeah, MC
not the
Brains.
boots,
MC
Yeah,
Braids. Oh my God. I remember
yeah,
buying that
the Uchi
album for
Coochie,
that one song.
the
yeah.
Uchi
I
Coochie.
know, bro.
That album was
Yeah,
bad.
that's what I'm saying.
That album was bad.
Yo,
That's what I'm saying, dog.
Cleveland
That's the
Zone.
era. That's the era Kane was trying to do joints with the Temptations. You're like
Yeah.
Kane, you out here doing the joints with or whoever he was, whoever this man was doing, like
Yo.
joints with. You got people out here just talking about still got them knocking the boots. Like soon as you said, we heard knocking the boots, we was like, yo, that's the new. We saying that forever.
Or Uchi Coochie with MC Brain.
Yeah,
Yo.
we like, yo, we saying that forever, bro.
Oh.
That's what I'm saying. That's why That's why I'm like, yo, Kane is whack, bro.
Yeah.
Kane it is a one stretch wonder. That's it.
Yo, I even felt like if you listen to "Is It Good to You" by Heavy D,
Mm,
Kane did not have a song in that vein that was even touching.
right.
Is it good to you?
Nope.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Even if you listen to the party joint that he got on, Don't Curse. You remember the Don't Curse video?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Remember Heavy D was dressed like an inmate, right?
Yep.
Coogee Rap legit was dressed like he just got off the street, like he had just been out on the block all night,
Right.
right? What was Kane dressed like?
You don't like some silk shirt.
That motherfucker was dressed like a bullfighter, bro.
Yo. That's
Yo, that
true.
dude was dressed like a bullfighter, bro. I was like, yo, you out here looking like Vega.
Oh no.
Yeah, that dude I lost all respect for that man, for his career. Not for him as a man. I'm talking about for his career choice.
I just didn't understand like the R&B songs. I'm like, how do you have an album with Prince of Darkness and you have joints like Get Busy, you have joints like Come On Down, and then you get to a Groove With It, and that's the first single? That's supposed to make people buy the album?
Yeah, come on down, come make way, because here I come. Y'all remember that?
Yeah. Yes, with Q-Tip and Buster.
Yeah, that's what I'm
I'm
talking
like, bro, the singles he picked was just terrible.
bro. I'm telling you, man, this dude, bro, bro, you a grown man wearing silk pants in the daytime? Come on, dog. Yo, what the fuck? Yo, and
Yeah.
what really got me though, what really got me is when he sampled Sylvester.
Yeah.
When he sampled Sylvester,
Yikes!
bro,
Mm-hmm.
yeah,
That was it.
bro, come on, man. And then that's what you
What's
name
that Sylvester song?
you
Dance
name your
with me.
album after that.
What was that Sylvester song?
I think
Disco Heat. What was it? Disco Heat.
I, I I think so.
Oh no.
I don't listen to Sylvester like that. But I'm not saying he wasn't a great artist. But what I'm saying is Sylvester is you sampled that at the time the world is introduced to RuPaul. Y'all remember when RuPaul came out? He
Yeah.
came out in that era. He
Right.
came out in that era where what we talking about, and Kane samples. So I'm like, yo, I don't care what humans do and they part time. I do care about humans when they tell me they one thing and then they all of a sudden switch up and be something else. All
Right.
I'm saying is keep it real.
Right.
That's all I'm saying.
I agree.
I
Yeah.
think I would love to ask Tyron Williams, like, what was at the time when Taste of Chocolate, Prince of Darkness, between 90 and 91, what was the goal for Kane at that time? Because I felt like to a certain extent they were I felt like Kane was chasing another hit, like I Get the Job Done.
Yeah.
That's exactly what he was doing. That's what I thought too.
Mm-hmm.
Him and LL, 6 minutes of pleasure. I get the
Mm-hmm.
job done. I think they was chasing like that too much. They went too far with it.
Right.
Like, because people forget that Rakim dabbled too. Remember, he did the Friends remix with Jody Watley,
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
and people was like, "Yo, what you doing?" And Rakim after that, you notice Eric B and Rakim when they dabbled with it, right?
Mhm.
They would get a smooth sample and they would talk about the street, right?
Right.
Like Rakim was like, "Yo, I seen on the subway on the way to Brooklyn. What's up, good looking? Is this he tookin'? On the A train, picking at her brain. I couldn't get a number. I couldn't get her name. Right.
Mm-hmm.
This is what he was saying on his joint. Yo, Kane was moaning on his joints, bro.
Oh no.
Lady, you know,
No.
when we turn the lights off. And I'm like, bro, what the fuck? What the fuck? What is this?
Oh man.
Yo, that man
Oh,
played
dude.
himself, bro.
And,
Big Daddy Kane legit put a quarter in his own ass and played his own self.
and I also think, Freeze, that Kane might have gotten gassed because who did who called Big Daddy Kane to get on the Back to the Black album? Quincy
Quincy
Jones.
Jones?
When Quincy Jones reached out to Kane to
Uh-huh.
appear on the Back to the Black album,
Yeah, yeah,
that Back to the Black album, it won Album of the Year at
yeah.
the Grammys.
Really?
So Kane was being heard by a new audience.
Mhm.
I mean, if you think about Quincy Jones, who was Quincy Jones' uh, audience? People that
Them,
was familiar. Yeah,
the James
exactly.
Ingram, the James Ingram audience.
Right.
The Barry White audience,
Yeah,
the Michael Jackson audience. So it seems like Kane was. I think he felt like, man, this might be the turning. This might be the point where I can make that pivot from for being just that ill kid that could run from Brooklyn to going
Right.
worldwide. But like, dude, I felt like he skipped steps.
But also Ice-T was on that album. He wasn't dropping no love songs at that time.
yeah, yeah. That's true.
You know what I'm saying? So it's like if he was influenced by Quincy Jones, then that was bad. Because now basically are we gonna sit here and blame Quincy for the downfall of Kane's career?
No, no. I'm gonna say this. Um, what happened is Kane took the smooth R&B route and had a hit with um Smooth Operator.
Yeah,
Right, Smooth Operator is like the blueprint for like the Rakim joints that would come along later, right?
right.
You know what I'm saying? Like you know what I'm saying? You could do these things because I'm so smooth, right? It was like a little joint. The ladies like that joint, right?
Hmm.
But then when you just take it my man is like, oh, if you like that, if you like, I get the job done, bro.
Right.
Now forget pimping ain't easy.
Mhm.
Forget young, gifted, and black. Yo, I'm gonna get on a record and I'm gonna moan with Barry White. Yo, you a sucker, bro. Come on,
Yo,
bro. You mad soft, bro. You
I
out here
I seen
wearing.
Sam. Shout out to Sam. I seen Sam in the comments saying that that was like one of his favorite songs, the one with Barry White.
Oh my
Oh
god.
no.
I gotta go smoke a cigarette, bro. I don't even smoke. I don't even smoke, and I gotta smoke a cigarette, bro.
Oh
I gotta
no.
smoke a Newport or something, bro. The joint, bro. Oh my god, bro.
I
Kane,
don't even
baby.
remember that song. Was that on Taste of Chocolate?
It was the one that came out in 91, 90.
Yeah, so that was Taste of Chocolate. Yeah, because I never bought that one.
Yeah, the one. Yeah,
That was like, yo, what is
think about
this?
think, try, bro. I'm just gonna say that. Just ask y'all, bro.
Uh,
Right? Legit. I respect y'all men, right? But what if I come out with an album, right? And I'm gonna say, yo, try. I need for you to wear this T-shirt with my album on it. It is called "Taste of Chocolate" with Uncle Freezie.
yo,
Try. You need to wear this T-shirt around the city, bro.
no.
No, man. What the,
Mm-mm.
what the hell, Kane? What are you doing?
Oh man, that you know it's crazy that like even to this day when he do shows, he does not perform anything past the
It's a
second
Big Daddy
album.
thing.
Yeah, he don't because I saw him live. He didn't perform nothing else past the second album. Everything he did is just on the first two albums. Even if you look at the verses against KRS One, he only
Yeah,
performed songs on the first two albums.
because he would have played himself, bro.
That's terrible.
You out here, yo, and yeah, I don't listen, man. That man, me and that man probably about the same age, bro. So we probably got like the same sensibilities or whatever. Like, you know what I'm saying? Getting older. Every day you wake up, you getting more and more gray hair. You wondering where it's coming from. You know what I'm saying? You don't move the
Right.
same. You know what I'm saying? And you kind of like when you get to that age, you want to be remembered for what you did in your prime, not any of the missteps you might have made. But when you in 1990, when you 22 years old, and the world is your oyster, bro, the last thing you want to do is mess it up
Right.
because you already did all the hard work. If you that man, think about it, all he had to do was just keep keep doing stuff the way that he had been doing it,
Mhm.
and that man probably we would have had him in the GOAT conversation.
I think he's still a goat. I just think he picked the wrong singles for his albums.
Man, that man, in my opinion,
But like top 10 all time, you don't think Kane is top 10 all time? Who's better than Kane? If we have to make a top 10, who's better than Kane?
Well, I can answer that question with this. Look at his label mate, Cool G Rap. Look at the albums
Okay.
Cool G Rap released on Cold Chillin'.
Right.
Now, would you say Cool G Rap had a better career than Kane?
He had a better discography. I think
yeah,
Kane was more well known than Cool G Rap though.
yeah.
But what I'm saying is G Rap better than Kane? Is he higher than Kane on your list?
For me, I think
so.
Yeah, like storytelling, I think he's one of the best.
Have you ever heard the raw original cut?
No,
The original raw record by Big Daddy Kane, not
nah,
the
I never
record
heard
version.
I never
The
heard
original
You talking
raw.
about the demo?
Yep, the one with Coogee Rap on it.
Yeah,
Wow,
yeah,
I
I
gotta
heard
hear
that
that.
a while back.
Coogee Rap ripped that dude to shreds on his own joint, bro. But we
Wow.
just didn't know who Coogee Rap was. We like, yo, we heard about. See, you heard about Coogee Rap and a dude named Just Ice at about the same time. A
Mhm.
dude named Just Ice had a joint called Latoya and some other like
Yep,
hood joints.
yep.
And and Just Ice kind of reminds you of the personality type of kind of like a Beanie Siegel. I'm not saying he was good as Beans,
Right.
right? I'm just saying kind of like the way that he kind of moved or whatever.
Yeah.
And so you like, yo, this dude got yo, you can't keep Latoya off Kiss FM, right? But Coogee Rap can't get on Kiss FM. Only joint got him on the radio was in the early years was
Mhm.
the Symphony.
Right.
Basically, it took that long for him to get on because we didn't know like Coogee Rap songs are like movies like by Francis Ford Coppola. You gotta like for them 4 minutes, like you enjoy
Mhm.
to like The Godfather Part Two is kind of like what it's like listening to a Coogee Rap song.
Right.
And you and in the 80s, you had to play something that was popping.
Facts.
You know what I'm saying? So
I didn't hear any Cool G Rap songs on radio till LC Blues came out. That was what,
right.
like 93?
Yeah, man, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah. And then they played, when 456 came out, they were all over that album,
Yeah. Yeah.
you know. But I mean, to me, Kane gotta be top 10 all time. Like he's still a great lyricist. I don't like the decisions he made when it came to picking out singles from his albums because he was clearly chasing radio play. You don't
He,
go from doing Ain't No Half Stepping to doing Very Special. You know what I'm saying? And
yeah.
and the thing is like the singles are so bad. It's like a lot of people stepped on those albums, but those albums like somebody asked, Cruz asked, what are your thoughts on Prince of Darkness? Like I said, I think it's a dope album, but he picked the wrong singles for that album.
I would have rather listened to Cruise Pop.
That was fire. The Youngsters?
Yeah.
I love that
The Illy
song.
Funksters.
I love that song. That whole album, the Aftermath, was a great album.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now,
You know,
like, let me ask y'all a question. Like, I'm from Detroit, so I can only gauge reaction only through the media that was available at the time.
Mhm.
But in 1990, when you heard, yo, Kane is about to drop his next album and it's called Taste of Chocolate, and you heard the singles and you saw like the album posters, you know.
I remember that, bro. I was in the army when that came out. I was in the military, bro. I walked in the store and saw a Taste of Chocolate and the dude that owned the store, I think he might have been from the Middle East. He was like, yo, my man. I was like, man, yo, I'm a grown man, dog. I'm not buying no shit from a man called Taste of Chocolate, bro.
Yeah.
I'm a grown up dog. I'm not Taste of Chocolate. I'm a man, dog. Nah, man, come on, man. What we talking about, bro? This dude,
Yo,
come on, Taste of Chocolate. You want me Yo, my check back then, my check was $73 a week, bro.
Uh,
Right, and you want me to spend part of that on an album called Taste of Chocolate?
yeah. I wasn't even allowed to buy that album. I was in elementary school when that album came out, and my mom was working for a New York Telephone at that time, Bell Atlantic, and
Oh,
she had two girlfriends that like had bought the album, and they were like, "Yo, you can't let your son hear this album because the album is raunchy, and the album cover was like adult." So I never got the album. She didn't let me get that album, but after hearing that album years later, I was like, "Yo, this album sucks."
yeah,
And
yeah,
that was like around the time that he had did he had did those photos with Madonna for her book.
yeah,
And that was like
Oh
all over
yeah,
the
I forgot
news,
about
and I'm
that.
like, yo, like Kane out here really exposing himself.
bro. This dude thought he was Prince, bro. Yo,
Yeah,
this dude legit out here wearing shirts with his nipples out, bro. You a grown man, dog. I'm not
yeah,
buying that.
yeah.
Yo, when you like, I feel every word that you say, cause man, like I would I would just love to like Tyron Williams. You know, he was the head of Coach Schilling. I would love to like if I could ever talk to him. I would love to just ask him when Kane brought you the album and the album artwork, and Kane is pitching the album to him, and he's like, the album title is called Taste of Chocolate, right? And I'm going to be, and the album cover is going to be me against a light brown background, and I'm going to be shirtless, and I'm going to be posing, making the eyes. And
I'm gonna be looking people in the eyes sexually on the. Nah, bro. What the fuck? Come
And
on,
and
man.
and and that's the final one. That's the final photo they pick. Who knows what other photos that he had in mind?
Oh my
that's a
god.
good point, man. To me, the thought process is interesting because if I would like if Kane would have known if he would have known back then that this album was going to be so bad and so it would be panned so badly. I wonder would he have just stuck to the formula of the first two albums and whatever popularity, whatever gains would have came elsewhere, from your career, let that would he have made a different decision?
No,
Because to
because I
me,
think I'm looking at Kane like he was a entertainer at that point. So it's like beyond MCing now for him. Like you putting on a show, you got dancers on stage with you. You know what I'm saying? You're looked at as a sex symbol. So I don't feel like he would have stopped. I felt like he would have kept trying to come out with something geared towards the ladies, like Ella was doing, and and then you have Fall MC like right behind him. He was coming out with love songs.
Yeah. See, but that's the thing. Like the thing is like, but the difference between Father MC and Kane. Father MC was coming out with like songs for the ladies. They weren't necessarily love songs,
Right,
right? Kane was coming out with romantic sex songs.
right,
And when you like when you bro, the thing is, here's the thing. My thing with Big Daddy Kane is this. When my man came out, when he first got in the game, he was about 15, 16 years old, right?
mm,
And he talked and rapped like a 15 or 16-year-old in the city, right?
right,
And then he progressed and started making money. Persona started getting bigger. By the time he 18, he a celebrity, right? 18, 19,
mm,
20 is his prime years. He in his bag, right? Then
right,
now he 20, 21, and now he can drive the car he want. He can drink the champagne he want. He can buy the house he want. He can have the friends he want. All these different things, right? And so he start rapping like that,
right,
right? And when dudes, I'm telling you, bro, when rappers sip champagne and of course it's an expression, but when rappers sip champagne for the first time, bro,
mm,
when they put down the old gold, when they put down the old English and sip champagne, You can't never go back, bro. And I
Right.
think that's Kane's mistake. I think that's Jay-Z mistake. I think that's Drake's mistake. I think that's a lot of rappers that go down that road. And Nas went through it. Remember Nas?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Escobar.
Oh my
Yep.
God. Yeah, Nas get rich and now all of a sudden you a prophet?
Well,
Man.
I think for Nas, I think because the double album leaked to the streets, that's when he really dropped the whole Escobar thing.
Yeah. Oh my God.
You
But
know,
even if you look at Nas, to me, when he became Nas Escobar and You Owe Me
Oh my.
was really big, I felt like Nas he capitulated to what Jay Z was doing.
right?
Like if Jay Z can make you know songs like I Just Want to Love You and uh uh uh
Excuse me,
I'm
miss.
sorry. Oh,
Yeah.
and yeah, if he can make those kind of songs
Mhm.
and really stamp who he is,
Right.
beyond the streets, then I could certainly do that and get in the clubs, and I could have, and I could have like models walking to my music down fashion uh, walkways and stuff like that. That was where I felt like Nas just he gave in to what was happening in the marketplace.
Yeah. But I think he did that when Illmatic didn't sell, and when he was coming out with It Was Written, he switched up. But Jay Z was like that from day one. You know what I'm saying? It's not like he just decided, oh well, I'm gonna promote Armadale liquor on this album. Like Jay Z, we knew Jay Z was like that from day one. You know what I'm saying? The
Yeah,
the thing with Nas is like again, you don't go from saying things like, "Oh, I went to hell for snuffing Jesus," and Nas is like an Afrocentric Asian, half man, half amazing, to doing shit with Genuine on You Owe Me. So we like he clearly switched up on the second album because the first album didn't sell, and it was regarded as a hip hop classic. But he didn't make no money from it.
but using Freeze's analogy of the rapper, that he's drinking old English on the block and he gets a taste of champagne. Who do you think gave Nas champagne after
Jay,
Illmatic?
I mean, yeah, I mean that could have been possible. He could have been influenced by Jay and see, because I mean both of those albums came out the same year. It was written came out same year as Reasonable Doubt.
But I would say Steve Stout.
Steve Stout, yeah.
Like I think Steve Stout gave Nas the champagne,
Mhm.
and after that, Nas's taste
Not
became
not said lie. I like this.
yeah, like it's going to be much more luxurious.
Right.
It's going to be much more uh, uh, avant-garde, and he like his aspirations is going to be far beyond anything that he envisioned when he was 18 years old or
But
17
thank
years
God,
old.
at least when it was written, he didn't do no crazy love song on that. You know what I'm saying?
Nah,
Like he had the
yeah, I
joint with
agree.
Lauryn Hill, and he had the Black Girl Lost with Casey and JoJo, but he didn't do like no I Need Love or Very Special
That's
like Kane did.
Because Kane failed so bad, bro. Kane was like a cautionary tale by that time, bro. No, no, hey, no disrespect to Kane, but you know what, y'all know what it is in real life. In real life, somebody got to fail so spectacular to warn others not to go. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like in order for us to learn how to cross the street, one of our friends had to get hit by a car.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? It's like it's like these lessons that we learn. You know what I'm saying? And
Yeah.
so that's what I think about. That's what I think about Nas. I'm not up for like the whole who's better, Nas or Jim Jones. I know there's a
That is
groundswell of people want
crazy.
to compare that, right?
Holy shit. I saw that post that you sent me. I was like, are they actually debating about that?
They debating this, bro.
That's wild.
Well,
Bro,
what?
that
Say that again. I don't think I caught you. I
There's
don't
a
think I
post
heard you right.
there's a post that Freezie sent me, and I saw the post on Instagram that they had this podcast that was debating that Jim Jones is better than Nas.
Nas. Yep.
Where
Yep.
on his worst day, Nas is still better than him.
Yo, Jim Jones, he's not even better than Jungle.
He's not even better than Cameron. He's not even better than the people in his own crew.
And he ain't better than people in his own crew.
Yet alone Nas. That's wild.
Right. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's not I'm not see I wasn't gonna breathe no life into that, man, but in
I
terms
mean,
of
it's already out there because there's actual people that didn't grow up on Nas and they grew up on Jim Jones and they know
yep,
more Jim records than Nas records, and that's sad.
yeah,
Like
yeah.
that's sad when you can tell me every song that he dropped during the 2000s, but you can't even tell me one Nas record.
But you know what though? You know what they tell you? That tell you that Nas is a terrible beat picker and Jim
That's
Jones
not
is a
true.
pretty
I do
good.
not believe that.
I'm
That is,
telling you,
that
bro.
is something that only DJ Vlad started. I do not believe that.
No, I believe that before, bro. I'm telling you, I believe that from
But what
yo.
makes him a bad beat picker though?
Okay, so Illmatic aside, right? Illmatic
Mhm.
aside, right? There have been some songs you're like, what are we doing right here?
On what album though?
I mean, it's a bunch.
When do you feel like he started his bad beat picking?
Uh, I'm gonna say Nostradamus.
Oh Lord, that is.
I'm gonna
Oh
say
man,
and so but here's the thing: every album ain't gonna have fire beats all the way through unless you're EPMD or somebody, right?
right.
EPMD gonna have fire beats all the way through, and whoever they produce for, right? But most albums are gonna have some songs on there for the crew, and if you ain't part of the crew, you're not gonna understand why they picked that beat or
Mhm.
whatever, right? And so it's I give an example of that. If you listen to um, um, DJ Quick albums,
Uh-huh.
like DJ Quick will sample old funk too, and but then there'll be those whiny West Coast synthesizer beats. You like that's all right, but that's clearly for them West Coast dudes. You know what I'm saying? And
Right.
so, but the thing is with Nas, I think Nas is I have Nas ranked in my top 50 for sure. Right,
It's
top 50 rappers of all time for
wow.
sure. Like no doubt about it. Jim Jones ain't even in my top 7,000. Right,
Oh
and
God.
I'll say my top 50 is because I think Nas might be the greatest rapper to ever breathe breath. But then when I go back to listen to certain songs, I'm like, bro, you was like too emotional in these. Like remember when Nas' mother was sick? Remember he went through that stretch
Yeah.
when his mom was
Yeah.
sick
Mhm.
and
Hmm.
he was putting out music, and it all seemed like he was in a funk or something.
Right.
The pre-ether years. Y'all remember the pre-ether years?
Well, that's Nostradamus was pre ether.
Pre-ether, yeah. The pre-ether years, yeah, yeah. I was like, Nas is prime for the picking right now, bro. Like he out here like an old rapper holding on, right? That's what it sounded like with Nas. You're like, ooh, I don't know, bro. Like if a like who was the hottest rapper in the city in 2000? Do y'all remember?
In 2000, damn, 2000.
I I was well. I'm not from. Yeah, I'm not from New York, but with Black Rob fit the bill.
I want to say it was. I mean, if Jay was still hot, and you still had Jay. You had Buster. You had Ja Rule.
Ja Rule probably was the hottest rapper.
DMX was out there doing this
Yeah,
thing.
DMX
Yeah,
was the hottest rapper in 2000 for sure. Because Rough Riders wasn't a thing until what? Yeah, Rough Riders was
yeah,
in
yeah, yeah.
'99.
Rough Riders. Yeah, they were already big.
Yeah, because
The
the Lox had a
Fabulous was
song
out
called
there.
yeah. The
You
Lox
know.
had a song called Wild Out that was out in
Yeah, that was
2000.
2000. Yeah.
Yeah. So
My
yeah,
my thing is my thing is to me every artist or almost every artist will have a bad album. I just feel like Nostradamus was just a bad album and he redeemed himself on Stillmatic. But when you hear people like DJ Vlad say, "Oh, well, I always thought Nas was a bad beat picker." Well, what about LL? Because LL for 25 years was dropping crap. Is he a bad beat picker too?
Yeah, he's a bad beat picker.
You know what I'm saying? Like after GOAT, like what other album? I couldn't listen to him after GOAT. Like the Definition was garbage, and James Todd Smith and 10. He had a lot of crappy albums, and
Yeah.
I never hear nobody give him that grief for those albums. But they pick on Nas like, oh, well, Nas is a bad beat picker, but he made up for it on Stillmatic. Stillmatic was a classic album. Godson was a great album as well.
Hey man, King's Disease wasn't bad, bro.
Yeah, the 6 album run with Hit Boy. That's like his best run.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't.
I'm sorry.
I was gonna say. I will say though, I think Nas has made some odd collaborations. Like he had the collaboration with Aaliyah from I think the I Am album. I didn't really care for that.
I didn't like that one.
Yeah, he had a joint with Scarface.
That was fire.
He had a
That
joint
was
with
fire.
Rap in the same era, right?
Yeah, that's right. He's on 456 on Fast Life.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah,
I
but
am was a
I was talking about the I Am album. I mean, I would say like he had collaborations like with pop artists that I felt like were I felt was kind of beneath Nas.
Oh,
I think I Am is his most underrated album. And I understand why, because it was part of the double album, but I think when you look at songs like Favor for a Favor or Dr. Knock Boots or
I hate Dr. Knockboot.
you didn't like, a lot of people don't like it though. But I enjoyed it for what it was, and it was humorous. And New York State of Mind Part 2, like he had some Nas's like he had bangs
yeah,
on that album.
yeah. Premier. Come
Yeah,
on.
but it didn't do well because of the whole leak or whatever. But I think that's his most underrated album.
I'm gonna say that era though. That era of Nas is probably like for instance. So I have to clarify. So my favorite overall rapper of all time, right, is Nas.
Mm-hmm.
Right, in terms or let me restate. I think the best rapper ever is Nas. My favorite rapper of all time, right, is Coogee Rap.
Right.
Right. But my heartstring is a dude named Casanova Fly.
Mm-hmm.
Right. He's the Barry Manilow. He is the Christopher Cross of rap.
Wow.
Right. Like the words are so eloquent and hard at the same time. They pierce and smooth at the same time. Right. They legit, like, this dude is like, when everybody was yelling into microphones and microphones had weird reverb and echo chambers and all types of whatever, this dude legitimately was like the trendsetter.
Right.
Right. And then you have other rappers that I have songs that I love more than Nas, like Eminem. Like
Mm-hmm.
Eminem has songs that I love more than I love Nas songs.
Right.
Right. No doubt about it. My thing though with Nas is that he goes through at times these slumps where I can't follow him. Right? Not
Right.
saying that not saying that his joints are a bridge too far. That's not what I'm saying. That's Big Daddy Kane is a bridge too far. Like when you name your album after Sylvester, that's a
Right.
bridge too far for me. I can't go with it. Right? But when you talk about like what is my guy trying to do, I think I understand Nas even through his ups and downs. But the thing about ups and downs is the skill never diminished. I think the themes, the themes of the albums were not commercial enough for
Right.
people to follow and get a following to it.
I agree.
You know what I'm saying? I
Yeah.
mean, that's my thing. Because there was a time I was thinking, like, is Black Thought better than Nas?
Mm-hmm.
I will say
Yeah.
I think Nas, he like some of his unreleased joints are better than
Mm-hmm.
are better than a lot of the songs that were keepers. For example, have y'all heard Foul Breeze?
Nah, I never heard that one.
Yo, there's a joint Nas is unreleased called Foul Breeze, where he's rhyming over the same sample that Busta used for New York shit.
Oh wow.
Okay.
Yo, Foul Breeze, man, I felt like that, like had it been on I Am,
Mhm.
I felt like it might have sounded and looked a lot tighter and more cohesive.
Right.
Because if you replace if you replace Dr. Knock Boost with Foul Breeze, it's a way tighter album. And especially when he's emceeing, like when his emceeing is pure and he sounds like he's just rhyming in a dark cellar,
Mhm.
and he's rhyming his ass off.
Right.
That's what I think of Nas.
Ah.
Mm. I gotta check that.
If you haven't heard the song is called Foul Breeze.
Yeah, I gotta check that. But my thing is like, you know, I feel like during the 2000s he did have some missteps with certain projects, but like for him to go on a 6 album run with Hit Boy at 50 years old, we've never seen that in hip hop.
Nah.
You know what I'm saying? Like you think if that was LL, he would have did the same thing as Nas on a 6 album run? I don't even think he got six good albums.
Well, first of all, it took LL 20 years to make a project worth listening to. Like
Right.
the Forest,
Exactly.
the Forest is a dope album,
Yeah.
but it took 20 years for him to even come with that.
Right. So that's why I'm like, for what Nas did with Hit Boy, that'll never be done again. You know what I'm saying? Like, but for at his age and for him to keep getting better with every project, like this is what fans wanted from him, like back in the 2000s, and he was giving us crap like Untitled and Hip Hop Is Dead.
How do y'all feel about Stillmatic?
I love it. I think
Me
it's a
too.
classic. I think he redeemed himself after Nostradamus because I you heard people say Nostradamus was whack. They still say it. And then I think the whole thing with the whole beef with Jay like woke him up,
Yeah.
and Jay really went at him in Mob Deep, and he had to show him like, yo, I'm the god of NYC, I'm the king of NYC. You know
Um.
what I mean? And when that came out, that album was everywhere. They were playing every joint from that album, and that's what really brought him back. It was Stillmatic because if he dropped something that was garbage, I think he would have been over. He would have been done.
Yeah. Yeah.
What about you, Freeze?
Um. I'm borderline thinking Prodigy is better than Nas.
Mm,
Mm.
Borderline.
interesting.
I'm like, I'm thinking, and I heard your question. I just something else just dawned on me when you know what I'm
Uh,
saying? Something else just dawned on me when you said that, man. It made me think that, man.
I got a hot take though. I think, and I said this before. I think Jay-Z got the prodigy because when you hear the Infamy album, it was to me Havoc was the start of that album. Like I think he overshadowed Prodigy on a lot of those tracks.
Right.
And when they actually addressed Jay on Crawling, it wasn't like no, he didn't eat the Jay. He said a couple lines. I'm like, this cannot be the diss track or the response that we've been wanting from Prodigy for Jay all the time.
Yeah, Jay
Nas
don't
Nas
never
get Nas had a Nas ether was ether, like he destroyed Jay on that track. And then when you hear Crawling, I'm like, this cannot be the response that Prodigy is giving for Jay.
This y'all response, bro?
I was just
Even drop a
disappointed in
gem
the
on him
response.
is
I'm like, and he never put out like a solo track against Jay. Why he never did that?
Mm.
You
That's
know
a
what I'm
good
saying?
question.
He never put out his own solo track, or even Mobb Deep. Mobb Deep responded to Pac. They didn't even make a whole diss song for Jay. So
But
you
I,
mean to tell me y'all had more respect for Pac and not Jay?
I will say, like uh, I think Prodigy at his best is he's very thought provoking, and he can weave in references involving politics, education, world history. Like he's just as forward thinking as Nas, but I think with Prodigy, I think if Prodigy would have had a a greater solo career, he might have been seen closer to being Nas's equal. And as far as like Prodigy responding to uh, Hove, I think he did that, on several projects, on several Mobb Deep projects. But the
Yeah,
difference
but I'm
is,
talking about like making a straight diss track aimed at Jay. He never did that.
um,
Maybe he did it. It's unreleased. I don't see why you would never release a track against Jay. The way that he destroyed Nas and Mob on the takeover, and y'all didn't make a diss track for him, but you made one for Tupac.
uh, hmm, I mean, that's a good question. I would, damn, I wish Prodigy was alive, so
You know,
he could answer that.
like if you listen, you remember the Infamy album, right? If you listen to
Hmm.
Crawling and the response that they gave, I'm like, bro, this cannot be the response you're giving to Jay right now. That was lackluster. You know what I'm saying? And for that album, it was dope, but I felt like Havoc. That's the only Mobb Deep album I ever gonna say like Havoc outshined Prodigy on. Because most of the time it was either Prodigy that was outshining Havoc, or they both had great verses on different songs. But for the majority of that album, I think Havoc outshined him, and I think Jay really got to him.
Mm.
I don't know. Maybe
I mean,
maybe it's just me.
well, drop a gem on him.
Yeah.
I mean, that was a to me that's one of the rare diss songs to Tupac that I felt lived up to the billing,
Yeah.
because like uh you know there were several artists that responded to Tupac
Hmm.
after Tupac died,
Right.
but for Prodigy and Havoc to take it to Tupac lyrically
Right.
and reference, the Quiet Studio shooting and the way
Hmm.
they talked about him, the way they made people question Tupac's street savvy, like getting robbed for $50,000 and getting no get back, and them alluding that Tupac ran to the West Coast for
Right.
protection. The way that they framed it, I thought it was very, very strategic, and maybe at the time, Prodigy especially had more smoke for Tupac because Tupac, referenced him having sickle cell anemia. Like when you
Hmm.
do that, you know, you know, that's license for things to
Yeah.
barrel out of the booth. So
Yeah.
maybe Prodigy felt like he had more smoke for Tupac because Tupac said something that was wild disrespectful. Whereas with Hove, maybe he felt like you're not like you don't scare me, you don't threaten me, like you're like I don't feel the same way about you that I did about Tupac. Maybe that's
Oh,
possible.
Hove showed his ballet pictures at Summer Jam, and then brought out Michael Jackson. That's the ultimate disrespect.
I mean, it's embarrassing, but it's not the same as somebody you know ridiculing you for a life threatening disease.
And I'm glad that they answered Pac, because I love Pac, but I felt like, and I've said this years ago, I felt like New York was afraid of Pac. A lot of those artists that they want to respond to Pac after he's dead. Why y'all didn't respond to him when he was alive? And Mob was like, nah, we ain't having that. We gonna address this, and That's the type of this record I'm talking about. Like they didn't do a drop of gem for Jay, but they did one for Pac. You know what I'm saying?
That I mean, maybe Havoc can answer that question.
Yeah, we need to
Because
answer that.
I mean, because it wasn't like, and also Prodigy, especially if you seen him on interviews, like remember when he was clowning Joe Budden in that interview in the Whip, he was
Mm.
saying that Joe Budden is the worst rapper of all
Oh,
time.
what?
I felt like Prodigy had more smoke for Joe Budden than Hove.
Then Jay? That's terrible. I mean, maybe he felt like Hov was better than him. Cause I'm like, yo, if I'm Prodigy and I'm like, yo, this dude was at Summer Jam, he brought out the greatest artist of all time with Michael Jackson, and then you showing ballerina pictures. I'm making a whole diss record and it's gonna be on the Infamy album. They didn't do none of that. You know
I
what I'm
mean,
saying?
another question I would ask is, why not, rhyme over one of Jay Z's
Jay's beats.
beats?
Yeah. Hell yeah, I would have did that. And like he had more to say to Nas. Remember he was beefing with Nas at one point? He
Yeah.
was beefing with Nas at one point. That's the brethren right there. You beefing with Nas and you didn't even go at Jay the way you're supposed to go at Jay. What you think,
I
Freeze?
mean, just a
Mm.
reminder, why was Prodigy beefing with Nas in the first place?
It was, I think he said something in his book. It was something he said in his book about Nas or whatever, and it got back to Nas or whatever, and they had a little. It wasn't like a major beef, but I remember I was like, yo, like they beefing like Nas and that don't even sound right. Like, it's like really look at it like Nas really brought them in the game. You know what I mean? I'm like, nah, y'all shouldn't be beefing. This is QB. Like all the QB artists like band together. They shouldn't be beefing at all for nothing. I mean, Mecca had a little issue with Nas at one point too. You
It's
know,
weird because like Nas, like Nas, like he had that QB compilation,
yeah,
and then like maybe a few years later, at some point he's been at odds with different cats from Queens, like from
hmm
Nori.
yeah, yeah. Well, the Nori thing was on radio. I remember he said something about Nori don't sell or something. He was on radio and he was talking. He called out Nori and he called out like a whole bunch of other artists. So
Didn't
that
he
that
tell
that thing I
Nori?
remember. The Prodigy thing I want to say was from the book, but I could be wrong about that.
Didn't he tell Nori to step his rhyme game up?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, Nori's never been a great lyricist. Like he's okay for what he do.
Was that kind of picking? Was that kind of like punching down?
What the Nori attack?
Yeah.
Nah, because we used to say that. I mean, like I love Nori. I love CNN. They're a great duo. Nori first album to me was classic. I loved NORE, but he's never been a great lyricist. He was okay. Like if you look at Group Home had the same issue. Like a lot of people love Living Proof, but they weren't great lyricists.
Yeah, but
You know,
who's gonna diss Malachi? For
I mean,
for being whacked
the
though.
fans like they know. Like the fans always said like, yo, it was Primo's beats that was a star of that album. It wasn't their rhymes. If anything, Little Dap had more potential than Malachi, but they had simple rhymes. They didn't have nothing that you had to rewind and listen to again. And Nori was in that same group. Like he was okay for what he did, but he wasn't no great lyricist.
But doesn't that make? But aren't you making my point? Like, if Nori isn't a great lyricist, so like, aren't you like if you're not, it's like why not go with somebody in your weight class? Like that's why
Yeah,
I
but
feel like he
I
punched
think at
down.
that time I don't know. I remember he was on radio and he sounded mad and he was calling people out and he called out Nori, and when he said it, it wasn't like people disagreed because we were saying it for a minute. So maybe he just was saying out loud what everybody else was saying about Nori. Sometimes I mean if you true friends with that person, sometimes you got to tell them the truth. Like, yo, this ain't hitting. I expect better from you than you know what I'm saying. Like like yo, like I grew up with like a lot of friends that were doing music. They were trying to be artists, and I can't be no yes man and be like, oh well, this is dope, and I know it's whack. And sometimes you gotta have that honest talk with them, like, yo, like this song ain't it, bro. You got to go back in the studio and do it all over.
So you saying Nas was giving Nori tough love?
I'm saying he sounded mad and he sounded like, yo, I need to call niggas out on the radio, and when he said it, it's not like we could disagree. I'm like, well, we were saying this already. Like, Nori's not a great lyricist, but he had some classics on his belt. War Report is a classic. NOE is a classic, but he's not a great lyricist. He's never been a great lyricist.
So being that y'all are New Yorkers, how did you feel about Nas dissing Cameron?
That thing came out of nowhere because I remember when before the Dipset album came out, the Diplomatic Immunity, and when those songs were on the mixtape, and I remember hearing I Really Mean It, and at the end Jim Jones is calling out Nas. I'm like, what the hell? What am I hearing right now? Jim Jones of all people? It's not even the captain of Dipset. It's Jim Jones calling out Nas. So I'm like, well, let me see how this plays out because we already know Jim ain't messing with Nas on no level. But he sounded real cocky on that song, and I'm like, Nas would obliterate all of them by himself. He didn't need the brave hearts. So that's what I was thinking. Like, even though I love Dipset and Cam, but I feel like they were really feeling themselves at that point when you calling out Nas.
What about you, Freeze?
I think Freezy fell asleep. Freezy, you there, Unc? He might have went to get some dinner or something.
Oh yeah, to me,
The
not
phone
like.
to the computer.
Oh my
Oh,
bad.
okay.
Yeah, but we was asking you like what did you feel about when Dipset had that beef with Nas?
Man, first of all, who the hell is Dipset, bro?
Hey
That's
man, Dipset was a thing here, yo. Like they were great. I don't like the fact that they were just feeling themselves and they were cocky and calling out the best all the time.
they came out in a weird era too. They came out during the Ludacris and Nelly era, right?
Yeah, but they were formed during that time.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
That's what I mean. Like when I hear Dipset, I'm like, yeah, they was alright. When I think Dipset, I think Young Jock. That's what I think about.
oh no,
That's
Yo,
how
don't
much
do
Freeze
that.
is
respect.
hilarious, man.
Don't do that.
No disrespect to Young Jock either. You know what I'm
Oh
saying?
man, we do say Young Jock.
Yeah, man. That's all, bro. When I hear them, bro, I don't. Yeah, Dipset, bro. All I think about is like dudes that dress weird, like you know what I'm saying? Like, bro, what the fuck?
Not you know what like they made great music. You know what I'm saying? And they were a huge part of the mixtape era, and that really catapulted all of their careers. Especially Jim, because Jim wasn't he never got a deal on Rockefeller. It was Jewels, and Jim had to basically create his own buzz in the streets for himself, and then he got his deal with like Koch Records and Warner Brothers, and I think he was like an executive at Warner at one point, and then starting Bird Gang. So he definitely was
Them
grinding.
dudes used to wear pink, right?
Yeah, yeah. Cam started. Yeah, Cam was like rocking the pink.
Yeah.
Like they definitely was a major part of 2000s hip hop. You know what I'm saying? Salute
I
Ray.
Yo, peace, man. Hey, peace, bro. Hey, listen,
Yeah,
I miss y'all niggas.
yeah, man.
I can curse.
Peace.
I can curse. I don't want to curse, but I'm just
Yeah, yeah. It's all good.
yo. Yo, first of all, man, peace to y'all, bro. Yo, I miss y'all, man. Real talk, man.
Yeah.
I really miss y'all, man.
Miss you
You
too,
know,
bro.
the whole hip hop. Listen,
Yeah.
I'm gonna be honest, man. There's no hip hop conversations like having it with y'all. I'm gonna keep it 1,000, bro.
Thank you.
Straight up, yo.
Appreciate it, man.
Straight up, bro. That's on my life, on
Appreciate that.
everything, on everything. Yo, peace to everybody. My boy Rock in the building. You get what I'm
Yes.
saying?
We got
You know,
Uncle Freezie. Uncle Freezie's with us.
Salute.
Uncle Freezie. That's my
Yeah.
guy from last time.
No, that was 16 bars.
Okay, okay.
That was 16.
Yo, piece of 16 bars. Piece of
Yeah.
16 bars.
He's
I,
dope.
I, I'm scared to have a conversation with him because everybody's saying Wayne album whack.
Oh man.
Yeah,
Yeah, man.
but I wanted to chime in on the whole Nas and Dipset thing.
Yeah.
Is that cool? Is that cool?
Yeah, yeah.
All right. So here's the thing. I'm all right. So before I continue proceed, I'm a Nas fan first,
Right.
but I'm also a Dipset fan.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna be honest, that whole Nas thing, I'm not sure you'll remember. I'm pretty sure Chabro remember.
Mhm.
It started from 2002 Summer Jam. I was there at Nassau Coliseum.
Oh shit.
The last, and I'm gonna be honest, this is the era of two-way pages
Right.
and texting.
Hmm.
And my guy called me from the barbershop. He said, "Yo, Ray." He said something about Nas, but it was loud, so I couldn't hear him. I said, "Yo, Nas didn't go on yet." Fast forward, people next to me 2 ways are going off saying Nas not performing. And I'm praying he changes his mind. And I didn't know that he was
Right.
on Power 105
Yeah.
airing out basically whoever was
So,
hot
so,
at the
so that
time.
that was the night that I was listening and he was calling out Prodigy and them.
No, he didn't call out Prodigy that night. He called out.
That
He
that,
actually
that
called
wasn't the
out.
same night?
Nah. This is the night he called out
Okay.
Cameron and Nori and Nelly.
Right. Okay. So that okay. So that was the night. Okay. So I was listening to him on the radio and I couldn't remember the station he was on though.
Oh! I'm gonna tell you.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say this. Nas is the birth of Power 105.
Right.
Nas controversial interview gave a boost to Power 105 because it was just
Right.
starting out. It was the first year. They rarely had commercials, so of course the sponsorship was still low. And Love helped set it off.
Right.
And Nas went on Power 105 because he felt betrayed by Hot 97. Because Hot 97 didn't allow Nas to perform Ether because for the simple fact that Nas was going to have a mannequin Jay-Z hung and Dame Dash, shout to Dame Dash, he did what he's supposed to do. He said, I'm not gonna allow my brother to be to have his character assassinated because Nas wants revenge with Ether. He's like, well,
Right.
shit, he already won with Ether. What more do he needs to do? That was
Right.
Dame's attitude, and I can't knock Dame. But that's how it all started. And then he ran it with Nori because um I, I guess he was upset. I can't explain why. I'm not Nas, but
Right.
and he called out Cameron, and
Hmm.
all these rappers were cool with him.
Right.
And Cameron was, if you know Cameron, I'm gonna be honest, man. Shout out to Cameron. But I think Cameron's favorite rapper was Nas. And I think Cameron was felt some type of way, but I like how Cameron handled it. He handled like a G. And he came
Hmm.
at Nas strong.
Right.
I can't front.
Yeah.
Yeah, because if you know anything about Cam, the moment you diss him, he's not
Yeah.
letting time go by. He's coming back immediately.
Right.
And
Facts.
that's when he had to hate me now. He said,
Hmm.
Nas, you're a terry cloth. That means you're very soft. And I'm gonna be honest, he was up flex the next day, him and Jim Jones, and that's the birth of Jim Jones' first famous statement by saying, smack your kufi off. Remember that? Remember
Right.
that, Tri Burrow?
Yeah. And,
Remember
and,
that?
and then he ended up saying it on at the end of I Really Mean It. He said that.
Exactly. They
Yeah.
actually added it to I Really Mean It
Okay.
because originally they premiered I Really Mean It at Summer Jam 2002.
Oh wow.
So Summer Jam 2002, I'm gonna give you a briefing. Summer Jam 2002, right? It's Delana was Mobb Deep, Busta, Nori, Cameron was actually a fill-in for Nas,
Wow,
and it ended with Murder Inc. And I was
that's crazy.
and that's around the time when Nas aligned himself with Murder Inc. for the Pledge
Right.
with Ashanti
Yeah, I remember that.
and Ja Rule, right? And that
Yep.
was when Irv saw the rumor that Nas was going to sign the Murder Inc.
What sound with them? Yeah.
Right. So it was a big controversy. Hov came from vacation. Hov was like, well, that's strange for a righteous dude. And it was around the same time when the first rumor about the Rockefeller breakup. So it was a crazy time in hip hop, 2002.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I remember. I
Yeah, it was
remember.
a crazy time. Yep. So and yeah, but that's what birthed Power 105 was Nas's rant on Power 105.
Right.
And
Right.
when everyone drove, when everyone left Summer Jam, we were in the car, and every car was playing Power 105, and
Hmm.
Power 105 kept repeating the Nas interview that night.
Wow.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
crazy.
that was the time of hip
So
hop, bro.
I want. So what did you think about Dipset and going at Nas? Did you? Oh yeah, you said you didn't care for Dipset though, right?
Nah, man, I'm not a Dipset fan, bro. I'm just
I feel.
I'm not mad
I
at you,
feel.
bro. I'm not mad at you.
yeah, and salute too, by the way, man. I was changing over from this phone, man, so I had the computer
Yeah, yeah,
crap.
I know. You was having laptop issues.
Huh?
You was- you was having issues with the laptop.
Nah, I got the computer back, man. Doing
Oh, okay.
a little something, man. A little something.
Yeah,
But
man.
yeah. So when it comes to Dipset, man, I ain't gonna front. I like Jules,
Yeah,
right?
he's dope.
Right. They the image thing. I don't know. I know it's different, right? It just wasn't me,
Right.
right? Because I come from like a different era, like you know what I'm saying, like the super flashy, like dudes that be wearing chains and all that stuff. See, I'm saying you
Right.
dudes like chains on their pants and all. That just wasn't my, you know what
But
I'm saying?
that was a style. That was a style back then. Like they literally like Jim and Cam literally started like a whole fashion with the True Religion jeans, the Rockstar jeans, the chains hanging from the jeans, the
Yeah,
the ACG
Jim
boots. Like
definitely
they
was a true religion pioneer.
yeah,
You're right about that.
we wasn't rocking Ed Hardy and True Religions until they started rocking it.
That
I'm
is true. I can't
I'm
front about that.
not saying that they wrong, bro. I'm just saying
Right.
that I come from a different. Okay, just to put it in a to have it be understood, like I'm more of a locks.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
They're my niggas too. I love it. Bro, I'm the fourth member of the Locks. I
Yeah,
feel you. I feel you.
me
I
too. That's
feel
what
you.
I'm saying.
I
Like
feel you.
so when it comes to that, it's like am I being disrespectful saying that I don't like Jim Jones and Jules because I like the locks? Because
Right.
at that time I was rocking DMX.
Oh
Mhm.
God.
You know what I'm saying? Because
Right.
I
Next
like
nigga.
those that I like to listen to, like Drag On, Memphis Bleak, like
Right.
dudes. Like I'm legit going out and buying people's. Nothing against them, bro, but I mean, it was so much. It was so much hip hop out there, man. You gotta like take your pick, bro. Am I gonna buy them or am I gonna buy the um the Louisiana Cats and stuff? They was
St.
out.
Lunatic.
Cash Money.
Hot
St.
boys.
Lunatic. St.
Hot
Lunatic.
boys.
Yeah. Am I buying? Yeah. Am I buying Hot Boy? Am I buying Juvie and all of them?
Yeah.
I gonna listen to that little kid they got rapping. The dude they put on a verse every now and then. He do a little
Oh
something.
man.
Some of Lil Wayne.
Yeah,
Little you talking about Weezy.
yeah. You know what I'm saying? So it's like you know what I'm saying. So
Don't do that.
and so when I put all that together, then you ask me about Jim Jones. I'm like, who the fuck is Jim Jones?
I can't believe they're actually debating if is he better than Nas though.
Nah,
Who? Who?
I'm not debating that. I'm not debating that.
Bro, there's a clip going around right now on Instagram that like there's some platform talking about Jim Jones is better than Nas.
Hold
Yeah,
up. Are you serious?
yeah,
Yes, I'm gonna send you the clip.
Yo,
yeah.
yo,
Yes,
that's
bro.
worse than the
It's a real clip.
comparison with Game and Jadakiss. That's the worst.
That's
Oh my
retarded.
God.
That's
Yo, I'll be
retarded.
honest. Jim Jones and Cameron will tell you like, yo, we not better than Nas.
Nah.
Right, right.
They'll tell you, and you know that's I say that respectfully because At the end of the day, even though they had their little issues with Nas, they respect Nas. They were actually reacting off of having an issue with someone that they looked up to.
Right.
You know what I mean? That's
Right.
something that they
Right.
experienced. Nas didn't
Right.
experience, at least from what I know, have an issue with an idol.
Mm.
Well, someone that he idols. You get what I'm saying?
Right.
But let me ask you a question.
He did have an issue with Rakim though. Remember when he did the autobiography of Rakim?
Yeah, but it didn't blow up though.
Yeah, yeah. It wasn't like a big beef or nothing.
Like we didn't have a Rakim versus Nas rap battle.
Yeah,
Woo, thank
yeah. It wasn't
God.
like that.
We
It
don't
wasn't
need
like that.
that.
No.
No disrespect,
Nah.
but we don't need that because I think that'd be crucial. And
Yeah.
real talk, I think that'd be crucial on both sides because
Yeah.
they're both lyrical assassinators.
Right.
So I don't. That's one beef I never want to see. Never want to
Me
see.
neither.
Oh, Trump, I meant to ask you.
Uh-huh.
Yo, did you see the official? Did you see the official New York Mount Rushmore, the hip hop Mount Rushmore? Did you see the official
I
joint?
did see it, but they
Which
whoever's
one?
doing those lists, they need to stop because they're doing it wrong.
Which one? The one with Jadakiss looking like Biggie?
Yeah, the one.
Yeah, the Mount Rushmore list. Come on,
Bro, how
they
you
got to
got
stop doing
Jada
those,
on the
man.
Mount
They came
Rushmore?
out with one today with like the kitty rappers, and I'm like, yo, y'all left Chris Cross off the list. Like what?
Yeah.
They made more money than any of them.
Yeah, they did, yo. Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. You can't have a Kitty Rap without Chris Cross. They
Right?
actually like the legends of Kid Rap, yo. To be honest
They
with you.
talking about Chial. I'm like, Chial, he had one album, and then he went to jail.
Wait,
Oh yeah, yeah.
There's a Kitty Mount Rushmore. Who's on?
Yeah, they. I seen that today. I'm gonna send you that clip. I'm gonna send you because I'm like, yo, y'all left out everybody go for that list.
Is Mob Deep on it?
No.
Nope.
Yo, that's wow, bro.
They had Romeo, they had Weezy,
Man,
What about Bow Wow?
they had Bow Wow on there, but they didn't have Shaheem. They had him as honorable mention. I'm like, what?
But you know what though?
You got to be a Kitty Rap, bro. They like
I don't know.
that was 14 when he came out, bro.
Who Shaheem?
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
gonna
but
be
he was
honest
still
though.
underage though.
I'm gonna be honest though. You know what's crazy though? It might sound crazy, but I'm gonna be honest, man. People like Shaheem and Lil Weezy, even though they were young, I never consider them child rappers because they were rapping about grown shit.
Right.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like Bow
Facts.
Wow, yeah. Chris Cross, they was the to me to and I'm just realizing that as you speak it,
Yeah.
they probably was the illest kid raps ever, yo. Straight up, yo.
They were the most successful.
Yeah, that Chris
They were the
Cross
most
make you
successful.
jump shit was the shit
Yeah.
in '92, man. Some '92.
Yep.
Oh my god,
Yep.
them niggas was the shit, yo. Rest in
Definitely.
peace to which one that passed away, Chris Kelly.
Chris Kelly. Yeah, Kelly.
Yeah, rest in peace,
Mac
man.
Daddy.
He died before the Social Death reunion tour.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. So
So
That's
they
why-
just doing all these lists and they just totally wrong about them. I'm like, yo, they all gotta stop.
How you do the Mount Rushmore of New York and don't have Rakim on it?
Exactly.
honestly, that's where they messed up at. Because
Mhm.
let's be honest. I always say this: when it comes to lyricists, I
Yeah.
consider Rakim the Michael Jordan, and I
Yeah.
consider Nas Kobe because he's the closest thing
Mhm.
to Michael. He's the closest thing to Rakim. And mind you, I'm more of a Nas fan than Rakim fan,
Right.
but I gotta put when it comes to lyrical guards, Rakim will always be number one, man. I'm sorry, yo.
So Ray, like if you heard Freeze talk about King, like
Oh, he missed that. He missed
yo,
that.
yo, if Rakim is the Michael Jordan of rap, then what is Kane?
All right. That's all right. He's Dominique Wilkins.
Ooh. Okay.
He's Dominique
Underrated.
Wilkins.
So me and my man got beef already. No disrespect. I ain't even gonna front.
Hey, listen, and I'm saying lyric, but here's the thing. Don't forget. Let's not forget who beat Michael Jordan before in the battle in a slam dunk contest.
Dominique.
Dominique.
That was
Dominique.
88. 88.
Yes,
Yeah.
because I'm be honest, that defeat made Michael Jordan stronger.
Right.
And honestly, how many people can say they defeated Michael Jordan after Dominique?
Nobody.
Exactly.
I'm gonna say
So,
this to your point, though. To your point,
mhm.
if 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 my guy is Michael Jordan, then
Lyrically.
I think Big Daddy Kane is Judas Iscariot because
Hmm.
because of what he did to hip hop, right? Like the thing is with Kane, your skills are only as good as what you show the world, right? If you don't show the
Right.
world that you dope, bro, you not dope, right? Like for instance, Trotch just told me like there was some joints on those albums where Big Daddy Kane was dressing like a bullfighter and all that, and I was
Yeah.
like, bro, I don't even care. I don't even care. You know why I don't care? Because the album cover got him looking like Cinemax After Dark, bro. We from the
Yo, yo.
street.
It was
We from the street, bro. You got him looking like Cinemax. You got him looking like Cinemax, bro.
it was bad.
You know what I'm saying? Like no
Right.
disrespect to
So
Cinemax because it's some people that like that. But when you legit come out with I get raw RAW, a terrorist here to bring trouble to, and then he pointing out all these MCs and how he gonna dice them up, and then 2 albums later, bro, not at the end of his career where he's searching, right? Not the MC Hammer pumps in the bump years, right? This is in his man prime. He switched up and started dressing like a bullfighter,
Yeah.
bro. You from Brooklyn?
Yep.
I'm gonna ask Brooklyn. Brooklyn, is that how y'all do?
No, but remember Freezie, he was on his Dark Gable shit. That was his moniker. That's who he was trying to be. So when
yeah,
when you look at the
yeah.
album cover for Prince of Darkness and he dressed up in the white suit, that he was trying to be like Clark Gable, but the black version.
That
Bro,
is, yeah, that's true. Yeah, yeah, I see that. Yeah.
but you know who was working on the album when that joint came out?
Uh,
Nas. Nas was working on Illmatic when these
right.
joints were coming out, bro. You feel me?
Yeah.
Like Snoop was working on Doggy Style when that man was doing that.
Hmm.
Ray was working on the Chronic when this man was doing that, man. So
Right.
I'm not saying that Kane accidentally took a missing. Nah, he knew what he was doing, bro. He
Oh yeah.
gave up his mantle. Nobody took it. When he was doing that, Pete Rock and CL Smooth was working on the EP.
Right.
And we gonna blame and we gonna be like, nah, man, you gotta excuse Kane for giving up his throne. Nah, he gave it up.
I
He,
agree.
he wanted to be the prince of darkness when he could have been the king of darkness. He didn't want it. He didn't want this, bro. This
I
thing is like, think about where Kane was at the turn of the decade, right? Big
right.
Daddy Kane was probably the hottest solo rapper in the business at the end of '89, going into '90.
Hmm.
Right? And then you are gonna slow down and then step back and give it to somebody else. You gonna let Jodeci do the joint with Father MC that summer, and then next thing before you know it, Will Smith have a joint summertime coming
Right.
out like in this smooth cadence, and before you know it, we forget about who Big Daddy Kane is because we saying you down with OPP, yeah, you know me, bro. You know what I'm saying? Kane
Right.
legitimately forfeited his right to be on Mount Rushmore, bro. I can't put him there off of 2 albums, bro. Nobody should be on the Mount Rushmore
Well, but
after two
Big
albums.
Big got two Big got 2 albums and he's on it.
Yeah.
But you didn't let me. You didn't hit my last part unless you
Mm.
passed away. That was mine.
Oh, unless you passed away.
Yeah.
Big L technically Big L got 1 album. And a lot of people got him on Mount Rushmore.
No
No.
disrespect, but a lot of white niggas passed away too, though. So you
Uh-huh.
can't say because he passed away.
Right.
But
Yeah.
I'm gonna say this respectfully. I you know what? I understand Unk's point. I understand it
Mm.
clearly. But I
Right.
won't say that he gave it away. But I'm gonna tell you something. And this is something that's it's overlooked in our favorites, but you might have pointed out when Kane because you might have noticed it with Kane. I don't say that I'm not saying that he gave it up, but I'm gonna be honest, sometimes, especially back then, when it's a legend, right?
Right.
And they're at a certain point and a certain level in their career, they might not be in tune with the streets and what's next.
Right.
So you know what I'm saying. So that keeps them behind. A lot of a lot of times, some of my favorite rappers maintain longevity because they kept their ears to the streets and they kept a grounded energy balance. Meaning, some rappers when they go to a certain level, they they unconsciously and indirectly lose their grounded energy.
Right.
Jadakiss is longevity because him and the Locks kept their grounded energy. That's why Jadakiss will ever be he will ever have what Jadakiss said, the reinvention of the fresh, brand new every year. You get what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying?
Right.
And I think at the point Kane had lost his grounded energy at some point. And I'm be honest, it happened to the best. It happened to LL. It happened to Jay-Z. I'm not gonna lie. Even with my favorite rapper Nas, it was sometimes people say, you know what, Nas need to go back to the to Queensbridge or something. But
Right.
somewhere down, but somewhere down the line, they gained it back and kept pushing forward. You get what I'm saying?
Right.
And kept that legacy. We actually we just witnessed LL get back grounded. But it's one thing to get back grounded to streets, but more importantly, get back grounded to who you are.
Right.
LL is not a street rapper, but he can't be street. He can't be tough. His name is Ladies Love Cool J. Flipping on Big Daddy
Right.
Kane. Understand Big Daddy Kane's concept. He had a song, he had an album called Taste of Chocolate. This is what, and mind you, these is coming from the era of rappers who being true to themselves opposed to fronting for the streets. It's a
Right.
difference. You get what I'm saying? And a lot of cats that
Mm-hmm.
were fronting for the streets got away with that shit. Knowing
Right.
damn well they not putting fabrics off in laundry, but they talk about more motherfucking guns, you know what I'm saying, than a World War III. Or
Facts.
more street shit than a fucking Rico, you know what I'm saying, in the 50 states. You get what I'm
Right.
saying? And they got rid of, like, when I looked at Unsung about Big Daddy Kane, I was happy that his downfall wasn't drugs and on some bullshit. They said
Right.
his downfall was that he went R&B, but in reality, he actually matured. He actually matured. You get what I'm
Yeah.
saying? He actually matured. He can't rap about a certain shit when he was a certain, you know what I mean?
Right.
But at the same time, it's a way that you can still because I'm gonna tell you this. A lot of rappers don't let go of that because they fear what Kane went through. Like Fat Joe says something about, yo, man, listen, I'm gonna always rap about that street shit. And we all know it's a new Fat Joe. You know Fat Joe from '93, and now
Right.
it's a completely Fat
Different.
Joe.
Yeah.
But
Totally
he's gonna
different.
keep he's gonna keep some street music going. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? Um, Nas ain't lived in Queensbridge since '94. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, out of all the legends, Nas had the fucking rawest lyrics, you know what I'm saying, to this day with the Hit Boy series. And he knows how to, like, he found the formula to he found the formula to make it tough, mature at the same time, but at the same but not, you know, slipping to a point where they say, hey man, you're
Yeah.
not slipping. Because Nas even felt it from It Was Written, and that was a street album.
Right.
Am I right?
Yeah.
Hmm.
And the sad part about it is the most commercial he had on that album anyway was If I Rule the World. And that shit still was dope.
Oh
But
yeah.
people were rushing for his downfall because he was at the top of the chain. Uh-huh. I know, but it's commercialized by the but you gotta understand, Lauryn Hill is from the Fugees, who were the top group, not just hip hop, they kicked in the pop doors. You get what I'm saying? So you know how,
Right.
like, when people, you know that the perception of when you are when you hit a pop status without trying.
Right.
Like Naughty by Nature is some of the got some of the rawest anthems to this day. But at
Oh
the
yeah.
same time, OPP and Hip Hop Parade went pop.
Right.
You get what I'm saying? But
Oh yeah.
ain't nothing pop about Tresh. There's nothing pop about
they made
KG's
good
music.
music though. They made good music though.
Right. They're raw. It just
Right.
so people confuse it. You know what I'm saying? And now I'm be honest. I didn't like Shorty. I didn't
Yo,
like that
God,
song.
Oh, you
we were
talking
just
about
talking about that.
Nostradamus? You talking about Nostradamus?
I,
No.
and you know what's crazy? I didn't
Oh,
like it. I couldn't stand that
yeah,
song Nostradamus, but the album I still fuck with it because it was certain songs that
yeah,
I rock with. You know, so
yeah.
So when I think about You Owe Me, Nas's career, I think he was kind of flirting with the pitfalls that Kane fell into because right after You Owe Me, what did he come out with next? Uchiwali.
Yeah.
And I was kind of worried, like, where is this going? Because are you trying to chase after the success of Jay-Z?
hell no.
Like, you know,
Salute, Soulfinger.
What's happening?
What's good, man?
Oh my God, Dark
No,
Gable was in
chilling,
the
chilling.
building.
Man,
Salute,
everybody's coming on here.
salute.
Bro,
Salute.
it's Soulfinga. I'm not trying to put a rock in your shoe, bro.
Uh-oh.
You know what I'm saying? But I am talking shit about Big Daddy Kane, bro.
Uh-oh.
Yo, how you gonna name how you gonna sample how you gonna sample a cross dresser and then have that
Oh,
be the
no.
single of your album, bro?
Whoa,
Wow.
whoa, whoa, whoa,
You took it
ho,
there.
ho, ho,
These are facts. These are
ho,
facts.
wait,
Yo.
Can I put it on the screen? Can I show
No,
the
no, 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 don't do Kane like that.
yo,
Don't
Please
do
don't.
Kane
yo,
like that.
Freeze,
Yo,
yo,
ho,
Freeze is on
ho,
one
ho.
right now.
This
Freeze
Kane,
is
Oh,
on
man.
one
man.
right
facts,
Come
now.
on,
though. This is
hey,
common knowledge.
Wow.
ho.
See, I'm gonna tell
Ho,
you why. I'm gonna tell you why he's doing that. He's
don't
still
summer
salty
jam screen
about.
Kane, bro. Please, come on, man. No, don't do that, yo.
No. He's still
This is
salty about
only
that
for Mount
draft.
Rushmore. This is only because Rakim deserved to be on Mount Rushmore and
But
Kane.
he is on Mount Rushmore, though.
Nah,
Oh,
He is there.
They had Jada on there.
Nah, but we ain't going by their list, though. Their list is off.
hold. But who you say sample? You don't gotta put the illustration. But who you say sample? What? Hold up. Who sampled the cross dresser?
Big Daddy Kane, first single
He's talking about
off the
Sylvester.
third.
The Sylvester
Yeah,
record.
he sampled the
Who?
Sylvester record, bro.
No.
Yes, he
Hey
did,
yo, let me
bro.
tell you something. A lot of rappers done sample some gay music. Don't get it twisted. Trust me. I
Oh,
I
okay. I
gotta be
mean, he
pause, but
sampled it. I mean, he sampled it, but I ain't got no problem with that because it was a hit,
yeah,
right?
Yo, salute Landski.
I can't say I can't say that. That's kind of like digging. You know what I'm saying? It don't take away from who Kane is though, bro. Real talk.
Mm-hmm.
I don't give a fuck if he made a feature with one. Hell no.
That's not what I'm saying, dog. Listen to what I'm saying. What I'm saying is if we're delineating, if we're picking apart the greatness of the all-time greats, we got to talk about this stuff. Like I'm not talking about Kane versus Mace. This ain't Kane versus Mace. You know what I'm saying? This is Kane versus Rakim for a spot. And the thing I'm talking about is when Kane could have been the greatest rapper of all time, he decided to go in a different direction. Is what I'm saying. There was a time when LL and Kane were the two hottest rappers out, and Kane had passed him because LL's Walking with a Panther wasn't nothing. Right?
Yep.
Anybody remember Kane? Anybody remember LL Cool J album, the one that came out before Mama Said Nothing? The one with
Walking with a
Absolutely. I
Panther.
loved it. I loved it. I
Yeah.
loved it. I loved it. I loved it. I loved it. But here's
right.
the thing. You still can't that's not I'm be honest, brother. And I say this respectfully, you can't like again, like I said, you can't take away from who they are from them being true to themselves. You get what I'm saying? And just even if all right, first of all, it's in the as far as Kane and Rakim, they're the top two. In every industry is always the top two. And soda is Coke and Pepsi. And fast food is McDonald's and Burger King. You get what I'm saying? And when it came to hip hop in the late 80s and early 90s, it was Kane and Rakim forward to Nas and Jay-Z. You get what I'm saying?
I'm saying
So
Kane
so
is
so
Roscoe's. He ain't McDonald's or Burger King. Kane is
Nah, bro. I can't, nah. Let me tell you something.
I've
Nah, I
never heard
can't
that.
say that because let's be clear, fellas. If it wasn't for Kane, it wouldn't be no Jay-Z. Let's just be clear. Let's be
Mm-hmm.
clear.
Facts.
Let's not forget. If it
You put
wasn't
them
for
on.
Rakim, would be no Nas.
You
Let's
put them
not
on.
forget. But again, that's you gotta understand, like things weren't that advanced, and again, they were being true to themselves. They got caught up in the rapture of new trends, more street rap, you know what I'm saying? More new updated styles. You get what I'm saying?
Right.
That doesn't take away from their legacy, though. You know what I'm saying? I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck if Kane made a song with motherfucking Elton John. He's still Kane. He's still
Right.
the illest nigga that influenced all the rappers that we still listen to.
Oh, when you say Kane is the illest?
Yes, yes, yes,
Yeah, I don't know.
Salute, Delano.
Yeah,
yes.
I don't know,
You
dog.
gotta understand.
Hold on,
Listen.
everybody.
Listen. Kane
Respectfully,
influenced. Like I said, if it wasn't Kane,
out of his own
it wouldn't be
mouth
Jay
that
Z.
all he gives the slice. I get nice, and my voice is twice as horrifying.
Man, he whooped. Hey, yo, I love Coogee rap.
The spell of his sleep. And
Put a
when
quarter
I'm
in your
counting
ass because you
the
plays
money,
yourself. What?
this is
Come on.
on the same song as Kane.
Listen, bro. You act like he won by a landslide on that shit, bro. Nigga, Kane is the illest. Listen, niggas. I'm gonna give you a sample. Who watched the KRS-One versus Kane
Versus.
I
versus?
watched that Joker.
I'm
I watched that
gonna
Joker.
bring up the speed. I'm gonna bring up the speed. And I say this respectfully. First of all, I'm a boot camp fan. So you know what I'm about to say. I'm a boot camp fan, right?
Right.
I love Buckshot. Buckshot was the number one rapper solo-wise in New York in '94 before Nas and Biggie. That's facts. I got you open having niggas on the roof. You get what I'm saying? But I'm gonna say this though. When Buckshot said that shit at fucking Verse and Welcome to Kane energy was saying, nigga, I dare you. Nigga, I dare you. Let's be clear. He said his energy said, nigga, I dare you. Lyrically, Kane is that nigga. It doesn't matter. You get what I'm saying? Kane is that nigga. You can say, oh, because he fucked Madonna, he has some R&B shit. Kane is that nigga, bro.
First, let me say this. First of all, you said Kane is the illest. Now, out of respect to Brooklyn, I'm from Jersey.
He is.
I got roots in the Bronx or whatever. But a rapper from Brooklyn, you said Kane is the illest, right?
Kane is the illest.
Salute to Brooklyn rappers. I heard a Brooklyn rapper say Biggie Smalls is the illest. Your style is played out like I don't know what the fuck you talking about, Willis.
And guess what? And guess where Biggie came from? Kane.
During that
Guess where Biggie came from? Kane.
That's what during that same era, when Kane gave away his throne. Because he
So you can't say, see, that's the thing. That's what you gotta twist it, bro. He didn't give away shit. You do, because guess what? Again, if it was for Kane, it wouldn't be a Fab, it wouldn't be a Biggie, it wouldn't be a motherfucking Jay-Z, it wouldn't be a Papoose. It wouldn't be a Papoose. And all these niggas will co-sign what I'm saying. All these niggas
world that these great MCs, these great artists
were influenced by that nigga named Big Daddy motherfucking Kane. Yes, nigga. Yes. Yes. Who would disagree? Listen, hold on.
These dudes would not have been talented. These talented dudes
were influenced by Big Daddy Kane. Yes, nigga.
Okay,
yes.
Okay. If you saying to give them a shot, okay. If you saying, yo, if it wasn't for Kane giving them an opportunity, you know.
No, I'm not saying opportunity. I'm saying influence. I'm saying literally influence.
Big Daddy Kane credit for Jay-Z pen?
Nigga, listen. Hey, listen. This is what we talk about. This is what we talk about. Oh, this is what we talk about. Did you hear Nas? What the fuck? It's called WT. Hold up. WTF estimates. He said. I came in this game. What did he say? He said. I grabbed everything in the shit I came for as soon as the DJ played Big Daddy Kane raw, ball, beautiful, dangerous. And I blocked out the hate that was aimed at us. You get what I'm saying? He said Kane. He didn't say Rakim. He said Kane. And this is the God MC. Who better than Nas lyrically? Nobody. And he praising Kane because Kane was that nigga. Let me tell you something. That was the only threat to Rakim lyrically. Real talk. Let's keep it 1,000. Go back to 88. Let me tell you something. 88, right? Let me tell you something. 88. When Kane dropped Ain't No Half Stepping, right? That was the first, to me, Rakim was lyrically that nigga, right? But when Kane dropped, it was like, oh, yo, real shit. Rakim that nigga, but Kane is that nigga too lyrically. Real shit. Now let's fast forward to 94, 96. Illmatic was that shit. Everybody said, "Yo, this nigga's ahead of his time lyrically." Cool, but when Reasonable Doubt dropped, we knew that was the next other nigga in New York besides Nas lyrically. Let's keep it a
Right.
buck. Hey, Tribro,
Yep.
am I right?
Yep.
Come on,
Yeah,
man.
We're not disputing
definitely.
Come
that.
on.
We're not disputing that. We're talking about Kane's place.
Listen, his place is he's the influence on the greats. What's better than that? What's better than that?
All these dudes is
Who can
influence, dog.
influence
What are you
the?
talking
Listen,
about?
once you are lyrically influencing the great lyricists, there's nothing you can say. Game over. Game
Nah, but
over.
I think to Unk's point, he's talking about the fall of Kane. The fall of Kane happened after his second album.
Yes. And it
I
wasn't
get,
even
I get, I get, I get. Listen. I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. Now, listen, I get what you're saying. But here's the thing. Again, he wasn't trying to be street. See, we so gutted up, we forgot about like, all right, yeah, you can have some smooth shit, but it still be cool. You get what I'm saying? So it's like you can't fault him for that. He wasn't trying to be street. He came from the street. He wasn't trying to be street like that. He was that nigga though. But again, he was still lyrically respected.
But what happened though, when you get to the Daddy's Home album, he didn't do a lot of those love songs anymore. He went back to street.
Nah, he knew he fell off.
Yeah. When you hear Show and Prove was on that album.
Yeah, how many hot producers was on that Daddy's Home album?
It was Primo, and it was the producer that was producing for Illinois Scratch.
It was Diamond
Oh
D was
shit.
on there.
And I think Mo B was a part of that album too. Even Mo B.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, like he knew he had fell off. That's why he went back to doing street shit.
That's what I'm saying. But by that time,
But yo, listen, but you gotta understand how many cats in that era had a long run though. That's the thing. Them cats ain't come from. You gotta understand. Them cats ain't had. All right, in Big Daddy King era, right?
Right.
Who else had a longer run? I'm talking about plenty, not many. Think about it. All right, you got Kane, right?
You had LL, you had Cube.
No, we just
right?
I can't count. I can't count. LL because let's be clear. Sometimes a lot of people count him out because they consider his music only commercial, right?
Right.
And thing is, you know, with Around the Way Girl, that shit still was dope, but he was still being true to his name, Ladies Love Cool J. Motherfucking Big Daddy Kane. Again, like I'm be honest. All right, you got Kane, Coogee Rap. Coogee Rap had a stretch, had a more of a stretch. That's true, but he was being cool to, true to who he was. Cool, gangster rap.
Grace said This one had a good 10 years, a good 10.
He did.
Yeah.
He did. But guess what? His shit was always raw. He was being still, but at the end of the day, he still being true to himself. So I can't look. Not to put y'all might laugh. What I'm about to say, y'all might laugh, but I'm be honest. MC Hammer. I know I'm not saying he's lyrical, none of that, but he was being true to himself.
Right.
Yeah.
He's being true to himself. You get what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. So it's like I don't want to say he gave up a throne. Yo, Kane just was being true to himself, and just so happens that people didn't gravitate it later on as they did to his origin.
Not Kane,
but again, the origin still had a strong impact to where as though it still influenced the lyrical grace. That's what I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah,
I agree.
You
get what I'm saying?
Man, you know I'm passionate about lyricism, bro. This is my pocket right here, bro. I think it's dudes right now that have spit better curse. I think there are dudes that have legit spit better verses, just one verse, and I know it sounds random, than the best verse Kane ever spit.
What?
Hey yo. You reaching.
This, I like this hot take.
Can I mind if I name one? Can I name one?
Yeah,
I love it.
Okay, so try. You know which one I'm grabbing, right?
No, who are you talking about?
When Inspector Deck said "I bomb atomically."
Oh my God!
Why would you
That's not
no.
That's only good verse.
Bro. Stop. You comparing Inspector Deck to Big Daddy Kane, bro? That is a reach, bro. That's Plastic Man, bro. That is a straight Plastic Man reach, bro. Stop, yo. Stop, bro. Stop, yo.
Only one verse from Deck.
You really comparing Triumph. You really comparing Triumph verse
Came back
So Big
first?
Daddy,
I'm
hey,
asking what
stop,
came back
bro,
first
stop.
is.
Stretched
What's
arms.
came
But
back
guess
first?
what though? That still don't count. I'm gonna tell you what. Guess what? That still don't count. You know why? Because you can't tell me them move niggas, especially Inspector Deck, wasn't influenced by Rakim and Kane. You can't
Yes,
tell
they
me
was
that.
doing
That symphony influenced that nigga Deck, and I bet he'd tell you. That's why Deck is how can I say it? Deck is a hard rap to follow because
bro, we
he's
not
the reason why.
doing that, bro. We saluting you on that point. The point you made, we saluting you on that, right? What you saying,
But you gonna
man?
say Kane and right? But you gonna say Kane? But Inspector Deck, my nigga, Inspector Deck.
I
Come
said the
on.
one. No, that's not what I said. See, you misquoting me, and I'm right here. What I'm saying is, what I said was, you can point out to somebody having a better career verse than Kane's best verse, and then I
I
asked
disagree.
you what Kane's best verse was, and you didn't tell me
But
what
he
Kane's
had a lot of
best
great
verse was.
verses though, not
Yeah,
just one.
You gotta
was.
But it was
understand.
the
I
best
gotta
The
agree with
one.
difference
that one.
between him and Inspector Deck, though, look how far you had to reach, though. You can't put nobody in his era. You had to go to all 2 eras later. You were damn near 2 eras later, 88 to 97,
So
my
then,
nigga. Come on,
is that not a dope
you went
verse?
from
Though?
88 to
That's not a great.
97.
That's not a great verse, though. Is what you? I guess.
That's not a good comparison at all. You went
So
from listen,
Inspector Deck is not a great lyricist,
No,
no, no,
he
no.
is.
He is my nigga. That's one of my favorites. But you're comparing 88 to 97. Understand what you're doing.
bro. In my mind, and listen, and maybe I romanticize, but I think when people put out great joints, they timeless. Like Kane's verse in the symphony, I would put up against that verse from Triumph.
You,
The verse Kane said, "Put a quarter in your ass because you played yourself."
so
I
that
would put that
so
verse
guess
up
what?
against
That
any
makes him
verse.
even better. That makes it even greater because you're actually comparing an 88 verse to a 97 verse. You didn't pass you damn near pass a whole decade. A whole
But you just
decade.
told me I can't do that though.
Uh-huh.
You just told me I can't do that. You just said, "Yo, you reach for two."
Hold up.
Kane is great. Kane is great for the 2 albums. I'll give him credit for the 2 albums, but the other joints that he did with that was good. I think they good songs
He,
overall, but they not
he's
like
still a legend. He just came out with the wrong singles.
yeah, like how you get a record deal. To me, how
Yeah,
you get a record deal is a
that was
good
fire.
rap joint,
Yeah,
right?
that was fire.
That
Right.
was
How
that.
you get a record,
that
but it comes down
That's on the same album as Very Special.
to
yep.
You know what I'm saying?
you
And
feel
he,
me, bro? You see what I mean? But Kane's how you get a record deal, unfortunately, comes out at the same time as a lot of great hip hop is out, right? The
right.
Far Side is out,
Uh-huh.
Souls of Mischief is out, MC Light Roughneck is out, Queen Latifah is
That
out.
shit was ass. I'm sorry. That MC Light Roughing that shit was ass. I love MC Light.
Oh man,
That shit was
Oh,
ass.
I've never heard nobody say it.
That shit was ass. I'm sorry, yo. That's she was
Wow.
trying.
I never heard
Yo,
nobody
I'm gonna
say
be
that
honest.
about
I'm gonna be
Light.
honest. I'm gonna be honest. And I think Light is the best fucking female lyricist, straight up.
Yeah,
But that Roughneck felt like she was trying to fit in the era. And listen, a lot of rappers make that
yeah,
mistake. A lot of artists make that
yep,
mistake. But it
yep,
wasn't her. I'm gonna be honest. You know what I'm saying? I like Cha Cha Cha. That Light.
yeah.
That's the Light I fuck with. That Roughneck shit was ass. I'm sorry. You know what I'm saying? Like I didn't like it, and I love Light.
the
You
only
know what I
thing
mean?
about Chato Dog is she didn't even write that. King and Chill wrote that for her.
Oh man.
Mm.
King and Chill
Who you say wrote it?
King and Chill.
Oh,
King
they
and
said Chi Ali. I'm about to say nah.
Chill. No.
See Ali.
That's what I thought he said. That's what I thought he said. I'm about to say nah. But
Nah, man.
but, but here's the thing. Like I said, man. Like, and I get it. But if you understand, Kane stepped away from the game for a minute. I think if Kane had a longer run, you know what I'm saying, he'd still produce more shit. And on top of that too, it's the errors, man. Not to change the subject. I want to kind of piggyback off the whole Nas
Mhm.
sure they shit. That was the era where, and that what's that shit called? This is piggyback off of what Rock said. Rock Boss said.
Mhm.
He said that what's
Shining
that shit?
Peacock.
Sure they. Now that Uchi Wally shit, I already know the story behind that. See, when you're a barber, you get a lot of inside shit,
Right.
right? And one thing about that Uchi Wally shit, that was a commercial hit to sell that street album called Queensbridge Finest, QB's
Mhm.
Finest.
Yeah.
And Uchi Wally Nas' verse wasn't on the album; it was on the remix. And when Nas did it, they said Nas came in the studio for 5 minutes off the head and had to catch a flight.
Wow.
That's one.
Yeah.
Two, that was the era where label will pressure you. I don't give a fuck how street your album is, nigga. You better give us a commercial single so you can sell on records. And that was the formula that Sony was using on Nas. From It Was Written, what's that shit called? What was next after that? I am, Nostradamus. And be honest with you, Tri-Barrel, you can witness this. The original I Am was more street than It Was Written.
It was a double LP.
It was double LP, but it got leaked to some DJ. It got leaked.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? It got leaked to some DJ.
Yeah.
So, you know what I mean? He had to go back in the lab and shout to Dame. He got to go back to the lab. And what he had to do, he had to
he made
make some
Nas's
commercial song. Yeah, and instead of having a double album, they had separated from I Am and Nostradamus the same year.
Yeah, like 6 months apart.
Yeah, like 6 months apart.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? But they still, again, when they released the album, like Hate Me Now was that commercial hit that sold I Am. Right. And what's that shit called? Shorty. That's sold Nostradamus.
You Owe Me.
Oh, You Owe Me.
Yeah.
Genuine was the hottest R&B dude on the streets, though.
Yeah.
And was it a mistake? Probably.
I think it should have been on Genuine's album, though.
Yeah.
You know.
I agree with that one. It should have been on
that's a
Genuine's
mistake
album.
because Big Daddy Kane made that mistake first. So now we
I don't think it was a mistake. I just felt like it didn't fit Nas, though. It should have been on Genuine's album instead.
Nah, it was a misstep.
You thought
It was a misstep. we not even gonna play around with that shit. It was a misstep.
It's not one of my favorites, but I understand why he did it.
My bad, Soulfinga. My bad.
Oh no, I was just saying. DSJ said it again.
I mean, the truth of the matter is, it was a misstep. I mean, first off, the pairing of Nas and a Genuine beat, that specific Genuine beat, was trash.
Yeah.
We not even gonna skip steps on that. It was a bad move.
Yeah.
It didn't sound like Nas. It didn't represent. See, at least when you talk about like Big Pimpin', right? There's at least some element that that's Hove could rock on this.
Did you be honest? Did you like that song when you first heard it?
Which one?
Big Pimpin'? Because I hated it when I first heard it.
I didn't hate it, but I was indifferent about it. It's because I didn't like that album at all. To be honest, the Volume 3 was like Volume 3. You know, especially coming off of Volume 2, like it was a complete turnaround. Like at that point, I was like, okay, this you could tell was a commercial move. This felt like a Volume 1 type of move.
Right.
Bro,
I got this.
Think about that time, though, bro. Y'all know y'all couldn't put out an album without a Timberland beat, bro. At that time,
No. At that time, yes, you could. Wu-Tang had no damn Timberland album. Nigga, Dipset had no Timberland album. Nigga, Nas barely had a Timberland album until like years later.
Or Pharrell. He wasn't messing with Pharrell either.
You're right.
Nori discovered Pharrell. Matter of fact, even Michael Jackson said, "Nigga, I don't want them softies. I want that shit that Nori had." Michael Jackson said that.
Yeah,
Michael
he wanted
that.
Super Thug.
What? Super Thug shit.
He wanted the beats on the Justin album.
Right, but this is what I was trying to say before my phone turned off by mistake.
Yeah,
I was trying to say this. A lot of rappers, honestly, and this is coming from one of my clients. He said, "Yo, man, a lot of us rappers from a previous era who had made raw music, wish we never, we love this era because this is actually the most organic era of hip hop, whether you believe it or not, because you don't have to be commercial to sell records, or not even sell records, just to be successful at hip hop. That's why you got cats like, and it's more global. That's why you got cats like Griselda live like 96 Rockefeller. You get what I'm saying? Because it's more organic and it's globally organic. Once it's globally organic, game over. Because the commercial was used for the reach. You get what I'm saying?
They sell because they a breath of fresh air when you dealing with things that you normally wouldn't even entertain. Like, let's be honest here. Griselda sell because they sound like the nostalgia acts that we right now.
That's what
But
we miss.
but here's the thing: they being true to who they are, though. They being true. They not trying to sound. There's nobody saying, yo, West Side. I wanted a more gimmicky. Matter of fact, how you feel about a feature with Christina Aguilera? How you feel about they're not going there? You get what I'm saying? They just being raw. They just basically doing them. But the thing is, the way the world embrace hip hop now, it's more globally embraced than ever. And like they said, we all know that by now. We all know overseas appreciate the rawness more than where we come from.
Mm-hmm.
You know
Well,
what I mean? Like,
I can tell you that firsthand after being deployed. My time being overseas and things on deployment.
right.
They own lyrics. I mean, you hear them playing more lyrical uh, tracks than all of just little, mainstream bubblegum type shit. You know what I'm saying?
Right. That's true. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Especially like with the whole like the I don't, you know what? I don't want to single out drill because different types of drill. I'm not a drill advocate. It's something I listen to, like, all right, I fuck with it, but not like, yo, I gotta bump that drill. But you know, and I don't mean drill as far as like the message, because the message is fucked up.
Yeah.
For most drill, not all drill, for most drill. You know what I'm saying? But the whole beat, like, I think if Youngin didn't die, I think he would have blew up, and drill would have been even bigger. I'm gonna be honest. What's his name? Pop Smoke. I think drill. I think if Pop Smoke didn't die, I think drill would have been looked at bigger, and I think that more people would take. I don't want to say commercial approach, but more so. How can I say this? Not everything is about the ops and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, incriminate yourself and just you know what I mean? Because that's what turns the drill off, is they talking too much about
Talking about
real
off of
shit.
somebody and shit like that.
Yeah, and it might sound contradictive from what the era we come from, but it was more of an art and some real shit. Like,
It was storytelling.
it was storytelling. But you ain't hear niggas getting tracked every damn song. Talking some, all right, I'm gonna shoot such and such. He live apartment. Such. They ain't do that. You get what I'm saying? And they kept it art. And even the Purple Tape, they tell you it's a work of art, which was influenced by the mafioso films and things like that. Wu-Tang was influenced by the Wu-Tang movies and the Shaolin art. You get what I'm saying? So,
and I feel you on that. And see, me being the only cat that's not from the city, I don't come from a whole nother region of the
from,
country.
brother? We from, brother?
I'm from the Boot, Louisiana.
Oh man, bro, Louisiana, bro, man, them the motherfucking kings though. You gotta understand, like, nigga, Master P is that P is that nigga. Let me tell you something. When the smoke cleared from Death Row to Bad Boy, P, to me, P was the I look at P as the leader of the new era of the South back then, yo. Real shit, yo. I'm sorry. And that shit, I'm be honest, no disrespect to where we all come from, but as far as a strong run as a whole, nigga, the South. I'm sorry. And them niggas was rich as fuck from independent records.
The GOAT, bro.
Huh?
Some people say Lil Wayne is the GOAT.
Yo, but you know what's crazy? You know what's crazy though?
You mean Lil Wayne looks like a goat?
I'm gonna tell you now. I was never
like a
goat.
goat, right?
Oh, y'all ain't right.
No.
Y'all going to hell.
Me
Y'all
and
going to
my
hell.
homeboy was just talking about
Y'all
this.
going to hell, yo.
My homeboy from Tennessee, we were talking about that. Talking about Cash Money and No Limit. I was a No Limit. I listened to No Limit more so than I would Cash Money. Because with Cash Money, to me, it was Juvie. Juvie was the one with the lyrics out of them. Yeah. No Limit, he had some cats over there. One of my favorite who was on is Fiend, who goes by International Jones.
Oh, I remember Fiend.
Yeah.
I remember.
Now check him out as International Jones. He took it to a whole. He flipped the style, took it to a whole nother level. He's going with more of that to bring it back to what you're talking about. He kind of on some Kane shit with the being smooth with it. So it's a different take. But like I said, coming up out of Louisiana and everything, before we had our local, we had our area sound. The main thing for us at the time, during that time, I'm talking about in the 80s, the
Some
mid
DJ.
late '80s. Man, DJ Jimmy and DJ Jelly and all them.
Yeah.
Nah, I ain't talking about we going up to the club and they up there, getting it in like that. But Ghetto Boys were holding it down for the longest.
Yeah.
Out of there, you had Ghetto Boys, you had Run C coming up out of Texas. Texas was holding it down, and then it exploded from there. But like you're saying, No Limit was, cats were rolling with the tank. A lot of cats were rolling with the tank.
No
Now,
Limit was alright, bro.
man, but I know a lot of cats that, and it's true, a lot of cats weren't listening to Jay-Z. Now, I'm an oddball. Because everything I listened to was coming out of New York. I was everything from OC, all up from the boot camp clique, Cellar Dwellers, Hard Knocks, Bombs, you name it, I was listening to that.
Bush Babies.
Bush Babies,
Yeah, they're my niggas. Those are my niggas. Yeah.
The Boogie Monsters, I was all up on that.
Oh.
That's all I was listening to, even still to this day. My cousins and stuff talk about me, so that's all you listen to, that East Coast shit. I say, yeah, that's me. I'm not into listen to C-Bo like my cousins was. They was up on the Bay Area stuff. But a lot of cats didn't listen to Jay-Z in the South until they did their cut with UGK.
He started doing features, like having people on his stuff. To me, Jay-Z is alright, bro. Jay-Z
a lot of cats didn't do that.
Conflicts, bro.
Now everybody knew Rakim. Now I'm gonna tell you, everybody knew Rakim. I first heard Rakim in Houston. Eric B and Rakim. When they dropped that Paid in Full, I actually had, and that's when I was bumping that Stetson Sonic on 5.
Damn, Stetson Sonic. Yeah, them, I mean, they, like I said, yeah, Stetson Sonic. Yeah, piece of Ebony Chief, Daddy-O, you know what I'm saying? And MC Delight. But yo, Master P was just in my area last week at the Pack. Master P started a trend. I'm saying he started a lot of trends that he don't try to aim at clout for, but he's the first rapper I saw make a movie with every album. That's one.
Mm-hmm.
He was the first rapper I saw finesse the major companies, the major distributions. He finessed them so much that all his artists became millionaires their first album,
Yeah.
And some of them just retired. Like fuck, I need to rap for. I can do whatever with my money, whatever. You know what I'm saying? And
they were putting out an album every week.
Yeah, and they was like, yeah, exactly. They was doing the same shit that we see. You can't keep up with their music. Like not to bring back Griselda, but Griselda makes so much music, I can't even keep up with that shit. I'm gonna keep 100. You know what I mean? And I love it. But P, he was definitely, and I watched his entrepreneurial skills, and he was just like he was a game changer, man. And
yeah, he was.
He was, because I ain't gonna lie, I didn't know about Pimp C until I missed my homies. You know what I'm saying? I thought Pimp C was a No Limit artist. I didn't know he was part of UGK.
Yeah, UGK. Look, it was. Hey, we was on UGK. They had it on lock coming up out of Port Arthur. He had UGK. He also had. See, a lot of cats know about Devin the Dude, but they don't remember Devin the Dude was part of Face Mob. That was kind of like that was another offset group that Face was putting out. But Devin the Dude started doing his thing. Devin the Dude formula is the same: party, smoke weed, and get at women. That's Devin the Dude. Every track is the same.
Right.
That's crazy. Yeah, that's. I'm still bugging over.
Y'all always have the hot takes, man. That's why I love them.
Hey,
I know, man. Why became?
Hey, I'm gonna tell you why he said when I came on, he shot it straight at me. It's because we were rocking on vibes, and it was some tracks that I threw out in the draft that came out. I think Freezie I still got a rocking issue on that one.
Yeah, man. But I'm gonna say, I've been wanting to say this to Triborough in a public setting, bro. I like Kane, right?
I do, but you have some wild takes about him though.
But and I like Kane to a certain point,
Uh,
right? Like and everybody know what that line is, right? Like Kane is to me a top 5 rapper of all time in the '80s. But as soon as that calendar turnover, right, I gotta start thinking like, how good was Snoop during the '90s? How good was Big, Tupac, Nas, Jay Z in the '90s? Jay Z, a top 10 rapper, top 20 rapper, top 30 rapper. Is Big Daddy Kane a top 30 rapper in the '90s? Now, depending on your opinion, and this is just my opinion, and this is me showing love to hip hop, not one person. But I think in the '90s, while the '90s is not the golden era of hip hop, because the golden era of hip hop is kind of like the birth and explosion. But what came out of that explosion in the '90s is a lot of great lyricists, man, was born out of that era. Even, man, Black Thought was born in that era.
right.
Like
Yeah.
the first time you heard Black Thought was the '90s. And then when I think about it, was Big Daddy Kane in the '90s better than Black Thought in the '90s? Right? And I
Oh man,
know,
you bugging, bro.
bro, I know, honestly, I shouldn't think like that, bro. But hip hop is a competitive sport, right? And if you don't think hip hop is a competitive sport, then we listening to different types of hip hop. Because people legit have earned their name off the back of either dissing somebody else or being put on by somebody else.
Right.
You know what I'm
But
saying?
I'm looking at it like, okay, like if I have LL in my top 10, it's for all time. I'm not thinking, oh, well, LL made a bunch of crap in the 2000s, but he's still on my top 10 list all time.
Oh, you wasn't rocking with Phenomenon?
No, that was 97. I'm talking about like after GOAT. The stuff after GOAT was terrible.
And that's white lines anyway. That beat is white lines.
Right.
So you know what I'm
Oh,
saying?
so you mean another Timberland produced track?
No.
You wasn't rocking with Headsprung?
Hell
Oh,
no. That Headsprung? Nah. That album was terrible.
maybe Timberland and Queens just don't mesh.
Shit.
Hey, Timberland put
He,
out
he,
some.
he didn't do good with Nas either. You know?
I'll say that DSJ, I'm gonna say this on national TV, and I know you gonna feel like I'm disrespectful, but I think Missy has a better discography than Big Daddy Kane.
She has a longer
Oh,
one.
man. Yo.
She has a longer one. She had more albums, of
Yeah,
course.
she had more albums.
What's Big Daddy Kane's best song ever?
Oh,
And
man.
was it better than
He got more than one.
ever?
He got more than one.
I don't know if I could just name it right. I mean, because I immediately go to Raw. I immediately go to Ain't No Half Step. Like those are like immediately the ones I go to.
Them songs ain't so wood, bro.
They don't have to. They're classic. They're classic anthems, though.
But see, I think we're okay. So the metrics change, and it feels like we're moving the goalposts, because if we're talking about lyricism, the numbers shouldn't dictate what lyricism means.
Right.
And if we're looking at success, right, then that's a numbers based situation.
Okay.
But we're not discussing whether or not he was successful. We're talking about whether he was the nicest.
Right.
So that's more based on that's a subjective conversation anyway. You might not feel like that. You might feel like maybe again, G-Rap, Rakim, like maybe they hold more weight in that conversation than they can do. Right. So for me, I don't know because again, like I said, I mean the fact that Missy makes, for one, she's got more versatility because she doesn't just do hip hop alone.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? She delves into the R&B side of things. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, there's gonna be more hits overall anyway.
So she's got her finger on the pulse because she produces for herself and for others.
Right.
So she constantly knows what's hot.
Right, right. So, and I think when it comes down to Kane was simply, okay, well, look, I can give you the hottest bar. It's almost the same conversation people have about Fab. You know what I'm saying? Fab is one of the nicest lyricists, but you'll never sit there and say he's got the best album.
Right.
But again, you still have that conversation like he's one of the nicest MC. Like you still respect
What you talking
his
about?
pen game.
You compared Kane to Fabulous?
I'm
Yes.
not comparing. I'm not comparing. I'm not comparing Kane to Fabulous. I'm comparing the conversation as it stands. We talk about who's the nicest MCs. You mention those names. When you talk about albums, you don't mention those names. Not like that.
So right. Why don't you mention Kane when it comes to albums, though? I'm curious.
Well, because he only had, again, as you mentioned, he only had 2 albums that you felt like were really like top tier albums.
Right.
After that, it feels like a drop off.
After 89, that was it.
And again, at that point, if you're basing it off of that metric, then you're not necessarily wrong. You might be a fan and feel like, you know what, that was a letdown. The same way I can sit here and say that I felt like Volume 3 was a letdown from Hove. It didn't feel like Reasonable Doubt, Volume 1 in my lifetime, Volume 2, Hard Knock Life. I get Life in the Times of Sean Carter, and I feel like, this ain't it. Does it stop him from being one of the nicest MCs? No. Does it stop his albums from selling? No. But for me personally, okay, yeah, this is a drop off.
Right.
Nas one of my favorites, but ask me if I'll ever buy Nostradamus again. I'll probably throw it at you. You might get to see how good my frisbee skills are at that point. But does it stop him from being one of the nicest? Does it stop the fact that Illmatic is a hip hop Bible? Does it stop It Was Written from being one of the best follow up albums, in my opinion, from Nas?
Y'all mind if I ask Tribera a question?
Hey, Reggie's on here, Unc. Finally.
Oh, I couldn't even tell. Yo,
Reg, what up, yo? Yo, I just got home from work. What's up?
Yeah, bro. You know, the rumor is that me and you are the same person. People have never seen us in the same place. I'm like, how y'all think I'm Reg, bro? I don't know as much as this dude know about music, bro. Y'all wilding, bro.
Reg is Uncle Freezie's AI.
Right.
Reg GPT.
Oh man.
What's good with y'all, man?
Chilling.
What's happening? Chilling.
Yeah, man, I was like,
I just wanted to ask Try this just real quick, because I don't know how long I got before I got to get out of here. Just wanted to ask Try this.
Yeah.
Try, can you name me 2? I want you to name 2 things. It's 10 entities, real quick, just off the top of your head. Can you name for me your top 5 rappers? I don't care about lyricism or making the music, just your top 5 rappers of all time and your top 5 R&B groups of all time.
Okay. Which one you want me to start with?
However, it's your list, bro.
Top 5, Nas, Tupac, Biggie, Jay-Z, Eminem.
Okay.
And then you said my favorite groups?
Your R&B groups, yes, sir.
Male and female, or
whatever.
New Edition, SWV, TLC, Dozy, Boyz II Men.
Okay. I just wanted to see if we were on the same page.
You know we are. You just your hot takes is wilder than Reggie's hot takes. I thought he had some hot takes. When he can sit there and say Ozzy Brothers is trash, I'm like, what?
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Wait. Who said what?
To the jungle.
Yeah, that was Freeze.
Yeah.
You said Ozzy Brothers were trash.
Yeah,
no,
he said
they were trash. I said they was.
Oh no.
He said they were basura.
Hell no.
Oh man.
I bet you like Cool Gang way more than Ozzy Brothers.
Hey, yo, I just find that to be mad disrespectful that you even said Kool and the Gang in the same breath.
Wow.
Yo, yeah, hey, can I ask a question? I need to get a timeout, bro, because I find it mad disrespectful that y'all gonna laugh at me in my face and not behind my back, bro. Trevor is laughing at me in my face, bro.
I'm not laughing. It's I've never heard nobody say the stuff you be saying sometimes.
Bro, you can't. Every time I ask you, like, what era did they dominate, or what era was like they like just the best for like a little stretch?
Right.
You're like, yeah, maybe the late 70s, and nah, not the late 70s. maybe the late 80s. No, definitely not the late 80s. Maybe the late 90s. Definitely not the late 90s.
No.
Well, what about the early 70s? Definitely not the early 70s or the late 60s.
Hey, bro, I was gonna say one thing. I'm left off what you said. Your comparisons is like the oddest comparisons in the history of culture. Yo, you said Missy Elliott and Big Daddy Kane. I'm done. You said
When
Missy.
I said, when you mean when I said who has the best songs?
I mean, just comparing them as like I don't care if you compare the shoes they wear. Like why?
Who has the best song? Wait a minute. So Big Daddy Kane has more and greater songs than Missy Elliott.
Why would you compare it? That's the question.
Because we
What?
were talking about lyrics, and then when I said that Big Daddy Kane, in the midst of other lyricists like Inspector Deck, and then I was told that you can't compare a lyricist like Inspector Deck to Big Daddy Kane.
But why would you compare Missy? That's even before Missy ain't no lyricist. What is
Because
you? I compare Missy to Angie Stone.
just went from one end to the other. I'm trying to figure this thing out. Where is Big Daddy?
Exactly. You ain't figured it out yet because you compare Missy Elliott. I can't compare nothing. I don't care if they record in the same studio. You can't compare Missy and Big Daddy Kane, bro. I'm sorry.
She's a different type of artist than Kane.
That's what I'm saying.
Very much so.
Yeah.
But it is hip hop though, right?
So
Yeah.
what?
But she was multi like genres. It's not, she wasn't just hip hop.
Exactly.
Like where
Yeah,
King was just hip hop.
correct me if she started out in her group Sisters, right? And they were
Right.
more R&B, right?
Right.
And then
Hey,
she
Soulfinga,
crossed into
I bought the album. I bought the album and Ex-Girlfriend on the same day. I can tell you how much I love music, bro.
That's like comparing Bell Biv DeVoe to Run DMC, man. What type of shit is that?
So you heard the run. So you heard the Run song on Bell Biv DeVoe last
I did hear that, yeah.
Of course.
Yep.
But now when you compare them, you know what I'm saying? You might as well start comparing rappers to the R&B singers. Well, shit, some of them are R&B singers now, but you catch what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Like, I can't compare. I can't compare. Mm-mm. Nah. But again,
I think he's trying to see where does Kane rank when it comes to between Rakim and Missy. Like where
yo,
does he rank all time?
Rakim is one thing. You can always compare Rakim and Kane. But Missy,
That's what I was saying.
No. I didn't disagree with that. I said I'm the one that said that it's always gonna be a top two, and to me they were. But again, yeah, Kane run was short, but guess what? It was still impactful. It had impact. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, it influenced. Every rapper that I named will co-sign me. Yeah, that nigga right.
Right.
Papoose, Fab, Biggie, a lot of niggas was influenced by Kane. Real talk, yo. And I'm not just talking about Brooklyn. And then the Black Thought shit, nigga, Black Thought was influenced by Kane. That shit came from Kane too. Don't get it twisted. Them freestyles, nigga. That you can't tell me Black Thought was influenced by Kane himself. He might have said that shit. Like Black Thought was influenced by Kane.
I think more artists were influenced by Kane than Missy.
Yeah.
I think Uncle
I
Freeze is mad
definitely agree.
because Big Daddy Kane decided to play Father Time in Posse.
Oh my god.
Oh Lord.
I think that's where you harbor your feelings from. I don't think this is about lyricism. I think it's the fact that he pulled out that stupid damn watch playing cowboy in a movie he had no business being in. I think that's where we at right now.
You partially right. Where me and Kane fell out.
See what I mean? See what I mean? Hey, listen.
Right, when he wore that damn bullfighter suit on that Heavy D video, Don't Curse. You remember Don't Curse?
Yeah.
Out there dressed like a street fighter. He out there looking like the video game. I was like, yo,
You talking about he's out there looking like Vega? You say he out there looking like Vega?
Nigga look like Prince.
Vega, yeah.
Nigga was dressed like Prince in that video and shit.
Oh man.
I was like, this dude done lost it, bro. Like, where your mans at, bro? Where your mans in them at? Your mans in them ain't be like, nah, dog, go back in the room and take that
Hey,
shit off.
Freeze. Now I remember you. This was a while ago. You were talking about what did it for you when it came to Kane is when he was at that Madonna's
Yeah, book.
in her book, and that was just like you like I'm done.
Now, what really turned me was I'm like, yo, is this dude really breathing heavy on a microphone with Barry White on a song?
No.
It kind of messed my mind up because I'm like, yo, I'm used to break beats and dudes, you know what I'm saying? I'm like, yeah, wait a minute, what is this? It kind of got me thinking, like, yo, I just didn't understand. But then more of it kept coming. It's more and more and more. And you're like, oh, what is this?
Oh man.
Nah, he talking about when I remember that song when I was you to be your man. And then they gave Kane a verse. He's like, oh, and I know it was funny. I get it. That's when but again he was going R&B route, and let's be honest, R&B rap is an upcoming thing. Listen, I'm gonna say he also influenced. Y'all might laugh, but I say this respectfully because I was rocking with him, but I didn't rock with him that much lyrically. But I think he was dope in the R&B tip. Father MC was the Uptown Big Daddy Kane, bro.
Yeah,
He was
Rep said that too.
version. He was a Disney version of Big Daddy Kane. Fuck that.
Yeah. He was dope though.
But Reg, you know what though? To that point though, Father MC would never have been that if Big Daddy Kane didn't evacuate that lane. Because it had already been dudes out that was smooth. Man, Granddaddy IU.
Granddaddy IU, yeah, you beat me to it.
Yeah, it was dudes that was smooth. Heavy D.
You had cats coming out with those. It was kind of like the
Def Jeff. All these dudes coming out.
I love Prince Marky D. They can't handle it.
Yo, that's smooth Assassin album from Granddaddy IU. Classic. I don't give a fuck what no one say.
That one, the one with I Kick Ass on it, and
yes. The second album, I didn't care for the second album like that. To be real.
that first one,
Yeah.
I play that joint all the time at the unit when I was up at Pendleton. That Granddaddy IU.
Bro,
I used to call that like the era. Everybody had to have daddy in their name somewhere. You was out trying. You had the Father MC, Granddaddy IU. Because Kane, you had Big Daddy Kane, and I think you had Little Daddy Shane.
Mm-hmm. I got a question. Oh, I'm sorry.
Gamble.
I got a question. Who was the most lyrical, EPMD or third base?
Oh, come on, stop, man. You worse than him, man. How you gonna stop?
It's third base for sure.
Wait, you said Fry. You said third base?
Yeah, it's third base.
Wait, you said third base was more lyrical than EPMD?
Yeah, MC Search. MC Search alone was more lyrical than them.
I love third base. I love third base, but he ain't touching Paris Smith.
Yeah, but
now if it was Daddy Rich,
third base was doing EPMD wasn't doing that.
Okay, well, what EPMD was doing, third base wasn't doing.
I mean, third base was more like they were more socially conscious.
Oh,
okay.
Third base.
But EPMD, they were more ahead of their time when it came to their lyricism, and they're back and forth, double entendres and shit like that.
PMD was okay. He was. He wasn't my favorite. I like Eric more than PMD.
Man,
EPMD was okay.
Eric Summer should
PMD was okay. He was. I didn't think he was great lyrically.
If Eric Summer
wait, hold up.
But the beat, the music was fire, bro.
You might got that, bro. Shame.
Parrish was a precursor to Prodigy. Yeah, I said it.
What?
Yeah,
I don't hear Prodigy and PMD at all.
Parrish was a precursor to Prodigy.
Hell no, I do not hear that.
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Nah. This is the Parrish from the business as usual, business never personal.
He don't sound nothing like Prodigy.
I didn't say he sound like Prodigy. I'm just talking about the style, the lyricism. The
Prodigy didn't sound like him.
No.
I'm not saying he sounded. I'm just talking about the charisma, and shit.
Prodigy is Guru and Rakim, bro. Real talk. Like I can break down who's influenced by who, yo. Prodigy, you can hear Rakim and Guru and him, yo. Straight up.
Ooh, okay.
Talk. That's who that is. Listen, my favorite group. So I'm a Jersey dude. My favorite rap group is from Queens, and my favorite rappers from they're from the same projects, basically. You know what I'm saying? But I can't front about the third base joint. I can't front And now I'm thinking about it lyrically. Oh shit! You gotta
Mob Deep. Hey, how you like Helter Skelter? To me, my three, and I know this is gonna sound crazy. My three are Mob Deep, Helter Skelter, and Outkast. Now I know that there are other groups out there that are dope.
No, that's strong. Bro, that's the strongest thing you said this whole conversation.
Yeah, that's a hell of a
Hey, and
group
Sean
right
Price did a lot of heavy lifting. That's
He
all I'm saying.
did.
No
there.
disrespect.
Hey,
He
let's
did.
not disrespect Rock though.
Rock
Let's
was
not
dope,
disrespect Rock.
but he wasn't carrying that flag in the 2000s with him. That was
No.
also on Price.
True. That's true. But he carried that Nocturnal album though.
He was good. He was good on that.
Yeah, he was good.
He was
on
good. He was great. He was amazing.
He was good on that.
Yeah.
He was incredible, man.
Yeah, and then he left. Didn't he leave like after the second album? He went with DJ Lethal and Limp Bizkit in them.
What?
Yeah, he got signed to Lethal's label.
Oh hell no!
Yeah, he left boot camp and then he went solo and he signed with DJ Lethal's label.
That's like leaving the nation of of Islam to join the KKK.
Yeah, well he never came out though. They didn't put him out.
No, I'm saying who? Rock or Sean?
Rock.
Right,
What?
Yeah, like after Helter Skelter second album, he left and he signed with DJ Lethal.
Well, I know that.
I never knew that. Wow.
Yeah, and then he came back eventually.
Of course.
Yeah.
He went back to Nation of Islam and shit.
Right.
I know that, bro. No, seriously, I did not know that.
Yeah.
I thought I was under the assumption that
He had some falling out with the crew, and then he eventually like they made up and he came back. But yeah, I remember when he got signed.
Man, that dude.
Didn't a lot of motherfuckers had a falling out with the boot camp shit?
Huh?
Oh man. Yeah.
I ain't gonna I rock with Rock though. I ain't gonna hold you like
he's dope.
Like, because you gotta understand, we first, well, at least me, I'm speaking for myself. I mean, I'm a boot camp fan. But I really became, I'm not to say Helter Skelter, a fan of Rock. You know how sometimes a group come out, but you recognize that one of the members first. Like I recognize Kim C before I recognize DSJ. But at the same time, when what's that shit? La Flow Sky. Yeah, you can't tell me. Nigga, Rock that shit.
Rock killed that one. He killed that.
Oh,
He
yeah.
definitely killed that. That helped. That Nocturnal was my album, man. I played that. I was with my homeboy. He was from Uptown. I was up in when I was stationed at Pendleton, and that I used to bump that and at OGC. I played that at OGC. Of course, I was on Black Moon, and Pitch Black came later though. But I still played all that at the same time too. But that right there, that was my shit right there, dog. I stayed on that.
Yeah, man, problem, yo. Rock.
That and the Smith and Wesson.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't know about that whole Rock. I never knew Rock left dude.
Yeah, he had a falling out with them and he ended up signing with Lethal.
Bro, he was the problem in the group the whole time, bro. Wasn't he?
Well, I don't know that. I remember reading that in like Vibe magazine. They talked about it, but I don't know what was the issue with him in the clique.
He was the dude that had the beef with Junior Mafia, right?
Yeah.
Nah, that was Serene.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, actually, Serene, they both was beef with Junior Mafia. It was that Serene, from what I heard, he caught the shit in the stick because they caught him out there.
Right. Because Tech is cool with them.
Didn't Biggie and his crew kidnap one of the boot camp members and shit?
No, they ain't kidding. I ain't no kidding. I ain't no kidding.
I know Tech was cool with Biggie and Junior Mafia and there was like some tension.
Okay.
Yeah, because
they often the same damn block. That's the crazy shit. They often stop.
So the story with that tension, because when Boot Camp Click had that song Heads Ain't Ready, they used that Payback sample. Right. But they totally used that, but Can't You See? Right. That's really where the beef started. But hella motherfuckers used that sample and even that same year and shit. So it was just like, what the fuck?
Right.
Yeah.
Nah, but remember that video though, that OGC video, they put that fake niggas off the stage.
They kicked off the stage.
Yeah, I knew that shit. I knew it was about to be some real shit after that.
Yeah.
So,
and see, Biggie had beef with East and West Coast cats and shit, man.
Yep.
Yeah, because Boot Camp was rolling with Pop during the height of the beat between Biggie and Pop.
Right.
You know what I mean? Pop. What I heard, Pop had Pop was so Pop was about to have his own label,
Right.
and Pop was
Yes,
trying to
sir.
make a deal with Buckshot for Smith and Wesson,
Mhm.
Greg Nice
And Kane.
and Kane.
Yeah.
And
He
Bobby
tried to sign
Brown too.
Kane.
And Eric B, right?
Eric B. Okay.
Wu
Yeah.
And
Tang,
guess what?
Bobby Brown, Melly
Bobby Brown.
Mel.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was going to be the introduction to that whole
Pop was
One
trying to
Nation
sign
movie.
everybody. Shit.
Yeah, he was trying to do the One Nation movie. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
That was because that's why I still believe that if they lived, I think the beef would have been squashed. You know, between Biggie and Pop.
Yeah.
But then
Yep.
Puffy had him killed and shit.
Yeah.
Yo, on this real. I'm going back to like '03. This is retired officer. I don't know who he had now. I hope he's alive, but he the one that came out and said that from his investigation, Biggie and Pop was pretty much killed by the same people, but he didn't say Puff. He said
Right.
that should kicked
Sure.
his ass. Both of them.
I don't believe Suge had anything to do with it. I'm gonna be real with you. They just want to blame Suge on everything and shit.
Nah, but you understand. This is why this is why I think, in my opinion, I don't know if Suge had them do it, but Suge affiliation. Because it might be Suge, you be affiliated with somebody and somebody do some shit, but then you have nothing to do with it. But it's a documentary, and those scenes on there that dude Big Jim, and they said like, listen, man, something crazy about um when they had the lineup, something crazy about the lineup, whatever. And I'm
That's
sorry. Fast forward to this fat white guy in prison. He said that he was behind transferring the funds for the hit. But
wow.
either way, I think it's some bullshit though, because
Yeah.
you know what I mean. It's still
I,
unfortunate.
I I think if they catch Pac's killer, they got Biggie's killer also.
Yeah.
There you go. There you go. But even with that whole Baby Lane shit, I
Mm.
still think Baby Lane. I wish he lived a little longer. Him and Pac, because them niggas look like brothers.
Right.
Bro, up.
Yeah. That street
So
should be serious though, bro. That
Yeah.
street should not to play with, bro.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? You know, if you, yeah, man, yeah, man. You know,
yeah,
so this it got so much layers to it. You don't know whether to talk about like how young them dudes was when they died. These dudes wasn't even 26, 27 years old. These dudes were like 24, 25 years old.
25.
Yeah, that's
So you
crazy,
don't
bro.
even know they ain't really even hit their prime. You don't know what
Right.
the world lost,
Right.
right?
Yeah.
You don't
I
even
was,
know like what kind of things set like, you
no,
know.
I was thinking, I was just thinking about Big L, the
Mm-hmm.
loss of Big L.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Simple.
Oh, Scott LaRock.
Yeah,
Scott
Yeah.
LaRock, yeah,
that was the
definitely.
first one. I remember the first one I remember was on Scholar Rock.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I want to say something for the record. For those, for that whole Big L thing, that whole narrative that lady Jaguar right with him, that shit's false as fuck. Talking about Jay Z had something to do with Big L. Stop it. Stop.
Crazy.
Stop.
Wait a minute, I didn't hear you. I'm sorry. What you say?
No, Jaguar Wright said that made it public on a little platform. Talk about Jay Z had something to do with Big L. We all
Oh
know that's
yeah,
not
nah,
true.
that's
I
Right?
don't
crazy.
believe. I'm tired of Jack Wall White. I'm sorry. I don't believe that bitch. I'm sorry.
Well,
Nah.
Yeah,
I feel you on that because it's like she knows everybody's dirt, and I'm like, what? Who,
What is your
he has,
dirt, bitch?
yeah.
Your
I mean, she
fucking
knows
dirt.
on everybody's dirt, and I'm just like,
How
I
much?
nah,
How
my
mean,
many?
nigga,
How many dicks did you
wow,
suck in your life? Come on, bro.
Oh,
wow, whoa.
Yeah, man.
Nah, but
Yeah,
I think she had a mental
I'm
problem
over.
though.
I'm over
I
her.
think she had a mental problem though. I'll be honest. I think she had a mental problem.
yeah,
But Jay Z ain't had nothing. That's why I think I heard. I don't know how true it is. I heard Jay Z will be suing her, but Jay Z ain't had to do with Big L, bro. I mean, if you from, I know definitely New York, but Big L got behind some street stuff. You know what I'm
right.
saying? Like, yeah, they ain't had nothing to do with
Exactly.
no Jay Z. Because Bambi
We
was
lost,
about to sign.
but not just him though, bro. We lost Big Pun round. When did we lose Big Pun? 2000, 99,
Yeah,
2000?
2000.
Not no street stuff, though. That was hell.
That would help.
Yeah.
I'm talking about the loss. I ain't talking like how or whatever. I'm just talking about like,
Yeah,
what I'm saying, the loss of talent is what I mean. Because at the same time, Big Pun was about to take over the game. His other whack group, like DSJ favorite R&B group, Next came
Oh
out.
Lord.
You know what I'm saying?
That's trash favorite group.
No, it ain't. Oh man.
They from Louisiana, right?
Yo, I'm like, oh hell no. What? Next is shit.
Next from Minnesota.
No, they're not. Yeah, I'm like, who that?
Oh, that's terrible. Oh man.
Yeah, they're from the same place as Prince.
Yep.
Hey yo, Minnesota got a lot of talent, though, bro.
Yeah, Minnesota got a sound, bro.
That R&B like Prince and what's his name? Alexander O'Neal and all them. Sherelle, and Mars David Time. Yo, they wish you would sample some of their music. What? They waiting.
Right.
They wish you would sample their music, boy.
I think I think the Minneapolis sound is the best sound that ever happened to R&B. And I know that sounds crazy.
Ooh.
No, it don't sound crazy.
You know what? I'm not mad about that.
They leaders, bro. Hey yo, no, they're like leaders in that era. They were leaders of the R&B, yo. And Prince
For
at the
real.
forefront, bro.
Yeah, I mean they helped transition some groups into R&B. SOS band.
Yeah, the SOS band very slept on, bro.
Mhm.
Very slept on.
I love that fucking 83 album. I think it's called On the Rise. Ooh,
Yeah.
classic.
Yeah.
Fire. If you still care, come on, man.
Hey,
They don't know
hey,
nothing
Adventure
about that.
Time, Weekend Girl,
yeah.
The finest.
Finest. Yeah,
And,
man.
and Reg, you know what happened to in '83? Just real quick, '83. People think it's like that's like the birth of the New Edition. Like old groups died off, and then New Edition
No,
came, but it's
no.
not because it's an era of Patrice Rushen, D
Yes,
Train,
yes.
Slade is still out.
Tina Marie.
Tina Marie, yeah, man. It might be,
She came out with Robbery, and then that fucking Starlight album. Come on, don't fuck with me. Don't fuck with me.
bro. I'm telling you, it might be that 80 to 85 window might be the greatest window in R&B music. It might be.
Hey,
It should be up for consideration.
Yo, Freeze.
One of them, though. Definitely one of them, bro.
And you know what's crazy, Freeze? I always talk to Try about this. A lot of the established acts in the 80s, they try to do their own Thriller, they try to do their own Purple Rain and stuff like that too. You know what I'm saying? Like when Denise Williams, she came out with "Let's Hear It for the Boy." Let's hear it. I hate that fucking song. Aretha Franklin, we're going riding on the freeway. Oh, come on. Stephanie Mills, I feel good all over. Come on, man. Like Shaka Khan.
I love
Shaka Khan, fucking I feel for you. Which I love that version. But
go
ahead.
Hey, Soulfinga, and you know what? The reason why I say that it was kind of like a trap. You know that 80 to 85 window is the birth of Luther Vandross, right? The birth of Chris is in that window.
Yeah.
Right. Lionel Richie is in that window.
Right.
The end of Rick James is in that window. Right. Not the end, but you know what I'm saying. Like the cool off.
The Temptations. The Temptation rejuvenated.
Yep.
That was my first group, bro. When I was a baby, they said when I was in diapers,
Hell.
it's like, bro.
Sade.
Yep.
To me, Sade birthed Neo Soul. Sade and Roy Ayers birthed Neo Soul.
Yeah, I can't disagree with that. I ain't gonna front now. I look back.
Prince was the guy.
Some people might say me Riverton for Neo Soul.
Ooh. Hell, I feel like Prince deserves a mention in the creation of Neo Soul too. Let's talk about that.
Yeah.
But he was like his sound was more like he had more instruments.
I think it's a hybrid.
You know what I'm saying? Like far as Prince.
Like honestly, like Roy Ayers "Searching" was the first neo soul song in the history, in my opinion.
You know what? I had to get I had to get it. Yeah, Roy Ayers probably. You could probably say after that comment, you could probably say Roy Ayers is the father,
Yeah,
the father of neo soul.
Roy and Sade were the mother and father. Then they gave the torch. They gave D'Angelo the term Black Jesus, and the rest is history.
Yeah.
Because a lot of most would say that. I mean, if you say it's Erica Badu who started it, but if you were to really go back, you could say you could write. That was a damn good comment right there. If you look at it, neo soul's been around since the '70s. If you want to say it, I mean Roy Ayers.
Back.
If you really look at the roots of how the neo soul sounds, you go to that, and also what's his name that everybody was saying he was more considered jazz, but you can consider God dang it, Ghostface sampled a lot of his stuff. Nautilus, off the Nautilus album. Can't call his name. It'll come to me. So I'm having a senior moment. I've been up since 3 this morning.
All good.
It's all good, bro.
Yeah. That's gonna be the best when your head hits the pillow. I can guarantee you that.
You know what? I might have a hot take.
Oh,
I feel like Stevie Wonder should also be in a neo soul conversation too. Let's be real.
Stevie Wonder.
You know what?
Yeah.
You keep bringing up that's not a controversial take. That's a hell of a take. Because if you think about damn, what album was it? The one looked like a flower. That album. That album
Journey Through the Lives of Plants.
Yes.
I have to abstain from this conversation, bro. About Stevie Wonder.
Once.
You see, is that what's happening here?
I love that Journey Through the Lives of Plants album. A lot of people say that's the worst album. I disagree.
Yeah. Bob James. That's who I couldn't think of.
Oh, Bob
James. Bob James.
Nigga, Bobby, Robert James, man. Come on, man. Robert.
Yeah, that's
We totally got off the topic we were talking about.
What were we not even talking about in the first place?
We started off with the BT
we
Awards, and then we just got on.
Actually likes next.
Yeah. Somehow we just got on Kane. I'm like, wow.
Well, can I get my thoughts on the BET Awards and shit?
The EBT Awards. I'm sorry. What's the BET Awards, right?
Huh?
Yeah, I forgot to watch it. I ain't see it this year. Because sometimes the awards ain't what it used to be.
I'll listen to what you got to say because I don't even watch BET Awards, man. I don't even man. I don't watch that shit.
Reg, what you thought about the award show?
I feel like that's the best one since the Michael Jackson one.
Yeah, I agree.
You know what?
To me,
now I gotta watch it.
they should keep this fucking energy for all the BET Awards in the fucking future.
Yep.
Don't come out next year with some crap.
Yep.
Right. Yep.
It was good.
Bro, the hip hop awards that get this shit on the sticker. The last hip hop awards was in Magic City.
Right.
I was born. The last BET hip hop awards was literally in Magic City, and the only person I knew was the host, and that was Fat Joe. I ain't knew nobody else. And real shit, it wasn't even no famous people. It was fucking Instagram influencers and shit in that motherfucker than actual artists.
Wow.
Really, I'm gonna keep 100 with you, bro. We all could have went to the BET hip hop awards, yo. Them tickets like cost $2. Real shit.
Wow.
Real talk, yo. The most famous person I saw outside of Fat Joe was an Instagram influencer, bro. Real talk.
Crazy.
The rappers right now, I ain't going to shit. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know, but at least they brought it back, though. You know what I'm saying? But yo, that's what I forgot to mention. This is what I want to bring up too, bro. I know everybody's saying Lil Wayne album trash, but I'm gonna tell you who album is fire, bro. That nigga Rome Streets. Rome Streets, I mean, I call Transporting, and
I gotta hear that one. That's the one he did with what's the name, Conductor?
Yes.
Yeah, I gotta hear that one.
And one thing I gotta say, now I know everybody been saying, yo, Nas been going off these last whatever. I'm not comparing this rapper to Nas, but this this is a legend, and I mean Nas said, yeah, I want to hear more of our legends, bringing more of the art and not just a trend.
Right.
This rapper right here, low key, these past couple years, probably at least three, this particular legend MC been going off.
Yeah.
He went off on Muddy Waters 2. He went off on what's my man? 38 Special shit. He went
Yeah.
off on Grab shit. He went off on Mad shit.
Mm-hmm.
And he went off on Redman's. He went off on Mad shit, right? But this the verse he got on the Wrong Street shit.
Yeah.
It's like, yo, he ain't nothing to fuck with still. Method Man, bro. Oh my god.
Oh, Meth. Yeah. Meth.
How
Yeah.
good is Method Red in your opinion, man?
Hey, yo, I'm begging you. Please listen to the song called Ricky Bobby by Rome Street featuring Method Man. Bro,
I hear that.
Method Man went off,
Hey,
bro.
yeah, he went off because that's when he was doing the stuttering on that track, right?
No, no, I'm talking about this just came out. This is Rome Street. This just came out. You talk about I know what you talking about.
Is it Lemonhead? Is it Lemonhead? I'm thinking
Nah,
of.
that's from a couple years ago.
Oh,
that was him and Conway.
Yeah, he think about that.
Yeah.
Nah, bro. But see, that led up to this though. Him going off these past couple
Hey,
years.
just I gotta get out of here, man. I'm gonna holler at y'all, man.
All right, Freezie. Thanks for coming by.
Hey, no doubt. You know I was coming. You know I was on the way here.
Thanks, appreciate it, man.
What up?
All right,
peace.
Yeah, I got to hear that Rome Streets album.
Yo,
Uncle Freezie about to go listen to Wifey right now.
It's called.
He about to put on that JJ. He about to put on that JJ Ice Fish.
Oh God.
Oh man.
Yeah, yo, but I'm telling y'all, please listen to that album, yo. But that song, Ricky Bobby, Meth goes off. It's like, bro, it's like they don't feel like he an actor. They don't feel like he a multi-millionaire. It feel like
he's still he's still hungry.
Yeah.
Yeah, it feel like he recorded in the pissy ass apartment.
Does it feel like this is the era for nostalgia acts? Because it feel like all the great hip hop albums, all the great hip hop lyrics, all the best verses have come from the guys who've come from the golden era of hip hop.
Yeah.
Yeah.
To me, the golden era is 88 to 98.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you know what? I agree with that. Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Because look at it from this angle, right? So Nas makes his resurgence with the whole King's Disease and the Magic albums, right? Cormac back with the Realness too. Meth been dropping like fire verses from Lemon Squeeze, the Butterfly Effect with RJ, and you know what I'm saying, like he just been kind of like killing, and then you know what I'm saying, the Meth albums, especially like some of his best work, you know what I'm saying. Method Man, Redman when he dropped Muddy Waters 2, I know, you know what I'm saying, the kind of mixed reviews. I personally enjoyed it.
That Muddy Waters 2 is another classic, yo.
Yeah, that was fire.
Bro, I keep that in my rotation, bro.
Yeah, he stayed within his element, like, and that's the thing, like when Muddy Waters 2 proved that he mastered his sound, like still being himself, you know what I'm saying, mixed with elevating and a timeless sound. That's the beauty of the era that we grew up on. It's a timeless sound.
Yeah.
But not every rapper was fortunate to make a timeless sound. Some of the rappers make some disposable music and got outdated. It ain't their fault. It's just that's the they slipped upon. But Doc, yo, that first of all, when Doc made Muddy Waters 2, it reminds you of what a Redman album is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the skits were funny, the beats were hitting.
Yeah.
And then he got his lyrics on how he put shit together.
Right.
It makes you think. You're like, hold on, did he say what I think he said? Hold on, I know he didn't say that.
Mm-hmm.
Or how he can put this, how he can match two different things together to make it flow the way he does. Two different I would say, I'm trying to think, what's the word I'm looking for? Um, um, it's coming to me. I'm trying to. I can't think of the right word I'm looking for to say it.
Like
But was that?
you said like punchlines.
Yeah, with his punchlines, the way he put things together. Because that's the thing about when he said on when he was talking about what he said. I rolled through. It was one with the scooter, switch gears. Something he was saying. I can't remember it exactly. So I don't want to fuck up a classic line like that. But it was on it was on Muddy Waters, as a matter of fact,
Right.
when he said that. No, part one, the first Muddy Waters. He said that shit. Even when he was talking about how, and I just think about how he brought in and talk about I kick more shit than Bruce Lee's shoes kick,
Right.
and then he went into it from there.
Yeah.
But I always thought, I mean, he's getting. I think he should have. When he first came out, he was Red. Red was one of the top cats out there. He just didn't get that. To me, my opinion, he wasn't getting the props he should have been getting. Now cats, everybody's appreciating what Red been doing, but he's been doing this from Jump Street. You know what I'm saying? From day one. I was big on that Death Squad, bro. Red,
Same.
Red, Eric Sermon, and Keith Murray. Love me some Keith Murray, man. Keith Murray was my dog right there.
Yeah.
He wrote that piece, bro. I know.
Still to this day, my daughter.
I ain't no fan of Keith Murray. I think Keith Murray just want to let people know that he opened up a dictionary and went through a few times. He makes me sick to my stomach every time. Every time I listen to Keith Murray, I just get reminded that there's a thesaurus out there with my name on it.
No, that's ASAP Rock. That's ASAP Rock.
Every time I listen to Keith Murray, he reminds me of English class in the 7th grade. I don't want to hear nothing about no Keith Murray. Keith Murray reminds me of all the extra homework assignments I had to have.
Yo.
Hey, Keith still my.
I'm trolling.
Still my dog.
But everybody out there that know me, y'all know I troll. I troll with love. Nah, Keith Murray,
he's the troll king.
Lyricist. He's a dope lyricist, and you know what I'm saying, that pairing with Red and Eric Sermon. Honestly, I didn't know I needed this. I'm glad I got it kind of situations. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like that's a pairing that's like, wow, okay, yeah, this is dope for the culture.
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell you one of my favorite tracks still all time for Keith Murray. That damn Hostile. God, that man, he ripped that shit. I was like, damn. Still to this day, my daughter's 31. She was a baby. I used to play that. She heard the beginning, the most beautiful thing.
Right.
Remember, she was a baby. She was in her diapers, and she hear that turn, hear the scratch. Okay, she be in the back room. She can hear it. She come running up front and start doing her little diaper dance she used to do.
That's dope.
She's 31 and she still bob her head. She knows that from the beginning to the end. Still to this day.
Right.
Still to this day.
Yeah, that was a classic.
No, bro. Yeah, man. I mean, actually, all my kids know about. Well, they roll with me. They know about Keith Murray.
Right.
And Redman. But I was on that. Excuse me. I stayed on that. But like I said, I'm an oddball from the boot, bro, because everything I listened to came out of New York and Jersey.
El Nino. Reg don't like El Nino. I thought El Nino was fire.
I like El Nino.
Yeah, I thought it had some bangs on it.
Yeah, I was big. Eric Sermon. I was at a point where if Eric Sermon touched it, I knew he had something to do with it. I was jumping on it. I copped it. I had to get that.
I'm gonna need you to stop telling people these stories.
El Nino,
you from Sheepshead. Come on, man.
El Nino only had like one good song, and that was a Rapper's Delight cover.
Crazy.
The Rapper's Delight cover. I'm sorry.
I didn't even like that. That's the one song I didn't like.
You wildin'.
Nah, don't touch a classic like that.
I'll be honest. I thought it was a good attempt at bringing life to the album. I didn't know. I almost treated it the same way I treated the Can't Nobody Hold Me Down Puffy and Mace joint. I felt like it was a great way. It was almost like a great promo.
Right.
I didn't look at it like an album, like promo. Okay, this is what's coming. You know what I'm saying? So when they did the Rappers Delight thing, I was like, okay, yeah, something to look forward to.
Yeah. They were paying homage, but I still love the original one. You know,
I don't know. It's like I put that El Nino on the same level as like the Dogfather and shit. I just did not like
you
it.
crazy. That shit better than
Yeah.
Dogfather. Dogfather had a lot of album filler on there.
Dogfather was ass too. Let's be real.
Yeah, I wasn't big on the Dogfather. I said that to my peoples. They were ready
He
to
should
fight me.
just call that shit the Doghouse because that's where he was at the time. And shit.
Oh, man.
But Dogfather had some bangers like the Vapors cover, Gold Rush, Groupie, 6 Minutes. It was a singles. It was the shit DJ Pooh was doing on the album that was trash.
Yeah.
What the fuck is Snoop Up the Boogie? What the fuck? Like what the fuck is that shit?
See, you better than me. I couldn't even remember nothing out there. I listened to it. I was like, yeah, I'm good.
Because the Death Row fan, they so quick to say, "Oh, this is the classic." I'm like, where?
Nah.
But they so quick to diss like the Last Meal, No Limit, Top Dog. I'm like, nigga, you crazy.
That's his best stuff to me on No Limit.
Honestly, my second favorite Snoop album is Pay the Cost to Be the Boss. And a lot of people's always surprised.
Yeah, that album was fire.
That was like Snoop's most lyrical shit since Doggy Style. Yeah, I said it.
Yeah.
We about to come Last Meal.
Last Meal was dope. I love Last Meal.
I love his the 3 albums he did on No Limit. I love. After Doggy Style, I think that's his best stuff.
That the Game to Be Sold.
Yeah. You didn't like that one. But I like that one. You know what?
It grew on me a little bit, but it's still his weakest in No Limit. But the movie for that album, that Top Dog or the Game of Life, that shit is so bad it's good.
Yeah, you know, my thing is when he went to No Limit, it's just the No Limit sound because that Nola bounce didn't quite roll with Snoop. You know, it wasn't rolling with him.
That down for my niggas. Come on,
he was killing it though.
Yeah, I think I think at that time I think Beats by the Pound were they out the door then? I think Beats by the Pound had rolled out. They wouldn't.
No, they were still there.
They're still there. Yeah, KLC
by like 98, 99. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's just that I think they should have worked with him more with that instead of trying to experiment with certain sound. You know, like I said, Beats by the Pound, they had that shit on lock.
Let me ask y'all a question. Beats by the Pound or Organized Noise?
I like Beats by the Pound, but Organized Noise.
Yeah.
I like Beats by the Pound, but it's got Organized Noise. Like I said, that dungeon family was deep. People man, they were deep. Slim Calhoun, Skinny Calhoun, Witch Doctor, Backbone.
Okay.
You had the Goody Mob, of course. Young Bloods coming up out of there. As my man used to call them, the Two Drays. He used to call them the Two Drays.
Now let me ask y'all this.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I was about to say, 2 of the best lyricists from Dungeon Family became singers.
Yeah.
You said the best lyricist is who?
No, I'm saying 2 of the best lyricists from the Dungeon Family.
It's Andre.
Andre and C.
I mean, if we got to exclude Outkast, I would say maybe Big Gip. I thought Big Gip was fire.
I thought CeeLo was better.
CeeLo was dope too.
CeeLo's dope, but Big Gip had to deliver it. Big Gip, and I like Cujo.
Cujo was good.
Cujo was my dog. Cujo and Big Gip was. Oof.
Yeah.
If you had to take out Andre, if you had to hold Andre,
right. Killer Mike is good too.
Yeah.
He's good too.
That last Killer Mike album.
The Michael album, that was fire.
Oof.
I got a question for y'all. Can somebody please tell me whether Mercedes from that No Limit cover was a rapper or I'm confused.
Yo. I never heard her album. I remember the album cover though.
Yeah, I remember the album cover. I never listened to nothing she. I ain't never heard nothing she had. That song.
Man. Yeah, man.
Then he had another cat, Mac, but Mac couldn't. Not Mac, but Ed was Ed. But I think he was supposed. I was told he was out of Jersey. He got with no limit out of Jersey, but he just couldn't stay out of jail.
Right.
I never really cared for Mac like that.
Yeah, Mac. Yeah, he couldn't stay out of it. The worst one was Silk the Shocker, dog. I couldn't, man.
Now wait a minute.
I couldn't, dog.
Silk,
I wasn't a fan.
Silk back in the True, but he was in the group True. He can rap. Let's not diss that shit.
What happened?
He just has his own style and shit.
That's for sure.
He damn sure did because
he was rhyming off beat and fast.
Yeah, boy.
He was originated for that offbeat rhyming shit. I say that. He was rhyming offbeat like a motherfucker now.
Yeah.
I was like, all right, then, because C Murder, I had no problem with C Murder.
Yeah, he was dope.
C Murder, I like C Murder. Fiend was my dog. Fiend and Mystical, and Mia X. Mia X.
Mia X.
She was taking heads.
Mm-hmm.
Yo, what about Cain and Abel, Mr. Servo?
Oh, Mr. Servo.
I remember him too.
Yeah, I'm not gonna hold you. I felt Master P was pretty lyrical in his earlier days, like the True album, The Ghetto's trying to kill me, West Coast Bad Boy. Yeah. 99 Ways to Die. Come on, man.
Right.
Ghetto D, he was dope, but you can tell it was a good album. Yeah. It was a good album. Ghetto D, MP The Last Dawn. MP The Last Dawn is his last great album. I'm gonna be real.
Yo, that was my favorite album, bro.
Does Ghetto D feel like the equivalent to Hove's Volume 2? Like this is the one that put him on the map as a superstar?
I was gonna say Ghetto D feels more like the equivalent to No Way Out, if you ask me.
Really?
Yeah, and I'm gonna explain why though, because I just felt like that album really redefined and put No Limit on the mainstream map. The same way No Way Out elevated Bad Boy to the mainstream map and shit. You know what I'm saying?
They were already mainstream. It only elevated Diddy to being an artist.
Yeah, but you had Locks, and then Mace was solidified and shit, and then you had Black Rob on the album too. Then you had like Kelly Price, which technically Kelly Price was on Bad Boy on a lot of projects and shit.
I think Life After Death elevated it first though before No Way Out, because it took Life After Death. Life After Death gave you to No Way Out.
Right.
Facts.
Right. He was still doing the album when Biggie got killed.
That Life After Death,
the album in Cali and shit.
Life
Y'all got a favorite on that No Way Out album?
Young G's.
Favorite? Shit. I love the whole album. I just don't like I don't like the person that's behind the album, but the features were great.
Man, let me ask you, Cats. You ever listen to Currency?
Oh yeah,
hell yeah,
definitely. I got a couple of his albums.
He started out with he was with No Limit. He started out with him.
Yeah.
And his catalog is ridiculous.
Crazy.
I mean, he's got stuff with Alchemist. He got a few with Alchemist.
Yeah, Covert Coupe.
Yeah.
And that Continuance.
Yep.
That album.
I love Jet Life, yo. I love
the Jet Life. That Jet Life is something like Fire in the Clouds. And then he got his other one, Plan of Attack, when he got him in Corner Boy P and Fendi P.
Right.
I like when he does his collab with Styley. He got some collabs with Styley too. That's up out of he's up out of Ohio. So Styley.
He was down with Maybach Music.
Yeah, Maybach. Styley nice with it too.
Yeah.
If you listen back then, you're like depends, and he Jay Worthy and
Jay Worthy dope.
Yeah.
Jay Worthy on Choose album too, actually.
Yeah.
Jay Worthy, and that's another thing. Jay Worthy wanted what's my man name? Larry June.
Larry June, that's my dog right there.
Yeah, he's nice.
He represents that new West Coast movement. I love
that. Yeah, that's more or less because all them coming up out of San Fran and
He from Fresno or something like that?
He's from San Fran.
Oh, San Fran. Okay.
Yeah, he's from San Fran. But northern, like I said, Northern Cali got a whole different. They got a whole different style. Everybody, you say Cali, you used to think of L.A. where they get down, or the Bay Area with it's E40, but they got a whole nother. They got that whole different sound.
Facts.
But see, to me, they kind of have a style, kind of like because their sound kind of is Texas, has a Texas type of feel to it.
Right.
Like Bun B, B been up in there and mixed some stuff with them.
Right.
But the whole thing with it just depends on which way which flavor you in. Because I call those cats like that, them cuts, that's something to smoke to.
Right.
Yeah.
True.
Currency cats like Currency, Wayne, and it's not. I say this respectfully, Rick Ross.
Mm.
I don't look at them as like Southern rappers, just because like I don't know, they style is a little more diverse than just Southern.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like Ross and Currency and Wayne and Tip and all. It's a little. They got like swaggy on south. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. See, I mean to
mhm.
cut you. I mean to cut you. You in your bag.
No, you good.
No, I'm just saying, like with Currency, one of the reasons I like how Currency can flip it with anybody.
Yeah.
Him and Harry, him and
Harry Fraud.
Alchemist, Harry Fraud,
Yeah.
Static Selector.
Mm-hmm.
He came back, did some shit with Jermaine Dupri.
Yeah.
I mean, he all over the place.
Yeah.
But he got a different sound that I like how he get down because it puts it on the whole because he's lyrical with it.
Right.
It ain't the same thing. I mean, the cat got so much. I mean, his library is ridiculous, man.
Yeah.
And that is true. What y'all think about what's my man name? Matter of fact, no, I'm get to him later. Remember that what I was saying about how I can tell who's influenced by who? Like I said,
Yeah.
without a rap team, it would have been Nas, and yada.
Right.
But yo, I don't know if I said this before, but bro, I know right now he always been hot. He's always been dope, but it's like he took it to another level within the last year. K Dot. I think K Dot, and I say this respectfully, I think K Dot is Nas and Andre 3000 put together.
Yeah.
You know what? I never would have thought of that, but the way you put it like that, yeah. That is Nas and Andre 3000 put together, rolled into one package.
I agree.
I gotta agree with you on that.
Just in the West Coast, and I ain't gonna lie, man, I pray for another Outkast album, bro. Straight up, bro.
Everybody say, hey, look, man, I'm like my man on Major League, man. I'm ready to go pray to Jobu to get them to drop an album, man.
Yeah.
They make an album, and when last time Outkast made an album together?
The Idlewild, that was like what, 07, 06?
Yeah. Bro, that's a long.
Was it Outer Wild? I thought it was
that's the soundtrack. That was the last time they did an album.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, that was
it.
That's a long time ago, bro.
Well, see, now, correct me if I'm wrong. I don't know. I've heard rumors that before Fife passed, they were Outkast and Tribe were gonna do an album together.
Mm-hmm. That's true.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I was like, man, we just got we got robbed. Probably got robbed of one of the craziest collabs you could ever see.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Hey, yo, Troy, I'm actually about to head out and handle some business, but thanks for letting me on for a little bit.
No doubt.
Yeah, nice chopping it up with y'all fellas. Hope y'all all have a good night.
Yeah, you do the same, bro.
Peace.
Peace. Yeah, that Outkast and Tribe album would have been crazy.
Yeah, man, that'd have been bananas, man.
Yeah.
To hear that, because you know somebody, because we already know what 3000 gonna do. You already know what he gonna do.
Right.
But I would have loved to see 3000 and Fife coming off each other.
Crazy.
Just spitting lyrics back and forth.
that would have been dope, man.
Yeah.
I rock. Lately I've been listening to old Outkast lately. That's what made me say that. Like, I would love a Outkast album. You know what I mean?
Right.
I know people saying, I just want Andre the Stacks album, but
Right.
listen, Andre that nigga, I give it to him, but I still would love to see Outkast. Like 5 years that nigga, but I still would love to see Mobb Deep.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So it's a difference. But
Just give us at least give us one more track.
Yeah, man. Just give us
You
one.
know.
yeah,
I
I ain't
think
gonna
they
lie.
will.
You know, somebody said
Mm.
it, and I couldn't disagree. Somebody said Outkast is probably the biggest hip hop group of all time,
Right.
and it's to me it's a battle between them and the Wolf.
Right.
But
Yeah.
if the Outkast made a tour right now,
Mm-hmm.
bro, that
They
should be
sell out.
crazy.
Oh, it's
That
gonna
should be
sell out. Oh, it's
Yeah.
gonna sell
It
out.
will sell out
It's sell out. Yeah.
for sure.
Because I'm gonna tell you, that just having 3,000 on that UGK international player, that intro
Yeah.
where he come in, he just glide along, and I don't know if you saw, I don't know if you kept seeing when they were talking about Bun B was talking about the making of that.
Yeah, I saw it.
Yeah, because Pimp C he was pissed off at
And Andre.
3,000.
Yeah.
Yeah, because he didn't want the music,
Mm-hmm.
but it's he wanted to go a cappella on it, then come in.
Right.
That right there, not just that tells you the kind of genius that 3,000 is, and
Right.
he could he can listen to something and be like, no, because I mean, think about it. It still would have been hot if he would have gone over the beat,
That's
but
true.
to go a cappella to bring it in,
Right.
and the way he put the way he was putting in his punchlines and weaving it in and out. That's just like with on that Elevators track.
Mm-hmm.
He killed at Elevators.
Oh yeah. Facts. That would be crazy.
Yeah, man. That would have been some otherworldly shit right there.
Right.
They'd have dropped the album.
Oh yeah.
that's so crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, before I go, fellas, one last question, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, what movie we need to see next, as far as a biopic, as far as rapping?
Outkast they gotta have one. Like
Mm.
not like them in school and how they linked up, and then when they get the deal and then making forming Dungeon Family and meeting up with Organized Noise, they gotta make one for them.
I would say them, and I'm gonna have to go back to the South again. I would go with Scarface.
Mm. Yeah, that'd be good.
Or
Because Scarface let it be known about all his trials, what he's gone through for his mental health issues and everything, and the foreman and the ghetto boys, and then or ghetto boys in general.
Right.
With Willie D, and then how with Bushwick, that would be one. That would be one.
Yeah,
I would like to see
for sure. But at least a documentary. I feel like a lot of these artists need either
documentaries.
biopics or documentaries.
Yeah, because I did like what they did. Quest had theirs. And you're right. They need for the culture. They need to do biopics and stuff like that. I'm talking about you go back to the when you had Cruise. Take it all the way back to the Cruise. Every time they have a series on hip hop or whatever, then it gets
canceled.
It gets canceled right when it's really starting. And it's not like it coming out. What was it? Netflix had one.
Netflix had The Get Down.
The Get Down. Yeah, that was good.
Yep.
And then they canceled it, and I'm like, yo.
Yeah.
and also too, bro. What y'all think about this whole Master Pill series, bro?
The Master Pill series, I'm anxious to hear all of them. I don't know if all of them are going to be good though. I mean, because Raekwon is coming out with something. I haven't heard nothing about it, and Ghost just come out with a. He came out with a date. I think it's the week after next for Supreme Clientele 2. And
Yeah,
there's no single out.
No,
I
there's
ain't think
nothing.
about that.
Yeah, it's coming out. I think week after next, and there's no. Where's the single? Where's the video?
Nothing. It's nothing
You know
out.
what I'm saying? And Slick Rick is dropping Friday.
Yeah, they all got supposed to have documentaries with it too. That's the crazy
Yeah,
thing.
right. Idris Elba like directed it or something.
Yeah, it just ever did.
And
Yeah.
Nas and Primo, whenever that comes out, we don't know.
I ain't gonna lie,
Mobb Deep.
bro. I think it's gonna be last.
Huh?
I think the Nas and Premier gonna be last.
It's gonna be last, like holiday season, or
You know what? I wouldn't be surprised, but I'm gonna be honest. Like,
Mm.
I don't think they're gonna have it too close by. Like, I mean, the Slick Rick and the Ghostface shit is close together. I ain't gonna lie, that is close.
right?
And don't forget, like, Soul got one with them, and Big
Yeah,
L.
Mobb Deep is coming out.
Yeah.
I
And
want
see,
to hear my deep. I
yeah,
want to hear my deep album actually more than the Nas and Premier joint
Right.
because you know it's been a while.
Havoc and Big Noise.
Yeah, Alchemist is on there.
Yeah.
Nas is gonna be on there too.
And Nas too, yeah. Nas
Yeah.
got some do that. Nas, Alchemist, Big Noise, and Have, and unreleased Prodigy lyrics and
Yeah.
shit like that. That's
Let
gonna
me
be wrong, yo.
let me ask you cat something real quick.
Mhm.
You know, in this regards to AZ.
Right.
You know, if you could pick a producer or producers to work with AZ,
I would pick Apollo Brown. I think Apollo Brown would give him some heat. You know, well he worked with a lot of producers already. Pete Rock and Primo and Alchemist. He's done stuff with them already.
Conductor.
Because I think like I
Yeah,
always
Conductor
feel
would be
that
good too.
because I always feel that AZ should be, you know, neck and neck with Nas. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
That's what I was looking at when it came out. You always heard the knock, oh man, it's his
Mhm.
beats. You don't pick good beats. Got the lyrics, but it's his
That's
beats.
that's an overrated line. I swear to God, that whole Nas gonna pick the beef, bro. Let me
Yeah, I
tell you
don't
something.
understand that.
Yeah.
That's something that they ain't nothing but a easy room that a hater started and keep believing. So let me tell you something. You know who proved it the most out of all these podcasters?
Mhm.
That kid named Rory.
Yeah, the white
Rory
kid. I
said,
remember him.
yeah, he said something about like, look, he made a point. First of all, it was written, right? No, I mean, Illmatic. What rap he was on there? Then you got it was written.
Right.
Yeah.
Then you got I Am and Nostradamus. Now, yeah, just because, but here's the thing: all our favorites then had misses.
Right.
Now, he might got overridden by the hits,
Mhm.
but he still has some, at least a few songs that we just disagree. I'm talking about the greats. I ain't talking about just any rapper. I'm talking about Biggie and Pac had some songs that I did not like. I mean, no, I'm
Right.
sorry, I do not like.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So, and LL he said, listen, man, you make a lot of music, you're gonna get some misses. That's
Right.
just like a person who fought and never lost a fight because you
Mhm.
have enough fights.
Right.
That's why. You know what I'm saying? But other than that, let me tell you something. And like Locke said, some cats need help, need beats for help. We help the beats.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So, oh, and one more thing before I go to,
Yeah.
yo, how we get to this comparison? I scroll across my YouTube. I see Joe Button and them talking about um something with somebody said, how we get a comparison between the game and Jadakiss, bro? How we
I don't
get
know
to
how that
that?
happened.
How the hell how that happened?
I have no
Well,
idea.
you know what's crazy? I just saw something. My man sent this to me from Instagram, right? This
Mhm.
cat was interviewing some 22-year-old kids, right?
Right.
And they were saying that Jim Jones had more hits and it was more instrumental to hip hop than Nas.
We were just talking about that before you came on.
You did? Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
because I just
figured.
thought it was just for them to even debate that was just crazy.
Yeah, that was just like I was like, what the? Come on, man. And he was talking, oh, he came with the fly fashion and blah blah
Mhm.
blah. Look, man, for me, Tim's and an army jacket was on
Yep.
point for me. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
That's just what it was. I mean, still
Yep.
to this day, I
You
go to
still
work.
rock that.
Yeah, I go to work and I tell everybody, and believe it or not, I don't, I told you where I'm from. You can
Right.
definitely tell I'm from the South the way
Mm-hmm.
I talk. If I don't open my mouth, everybody swear I'm from New York.
Right.
They see me. I had New York cats. I had cats walking up to me, cats from the city walk up to me like, like, hey B, where you from? I was like, from the boot, dog.
Right.
They looking at me like I'm crazy. I'm like, yeah, from the boot. I'm like, oh, well, what it is, what it is. But I
Mm-hmm.
used to roll when I was in the military. I rolled with cats from from the city.
Right.
Especially my main man, Fully, he was from Uptown.
Right.
But it just blows my mind when young cats get to talking, and I'm like, hey, young fella, you really need to sit down and immerse
Yeah.
yourself in the music.
Mm-hmm.
It ain't all about the flash and everything. Because I like them grimy, I love that grimy, dirty, scuffed up Tim music, dog.
Right.
That's my shit right there.
Yeah.
Me too, bro. Me too.
I got to get that. That's it's in my, it's like, hey, I'm like what Rakim said, hey, after I'm like a gremlin after midnight. You feed me. I'm like a gremlin after midnight. You feed me, and I start trembling. Man, that's how
Uh,
I am, man.
I don't know the game and Jadakiss. Those are like two different artists. I don't know where that comparison came from.
That's crazy, dog. That's like comparing the rap and Duke. The rap the rap and Duke and KRS-One. It make
Right.
no sense. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
It's. I just think it's clickbait, and they want to debate, but they're debating about the wrong thing.
Yeah, but the problem is a lot of they say hip hop is a young game. Rap is a young man's game, but I would say the mainstream rap that they try to push out,
Right.
it's a lot of good because it is a young talent. It's good talent out there, man.
Mm-hmm.
Young good talent out there, but you know you got to go underground and actually go to the roots of hip
Right.
hop, not this mainstream. Because like
Exactly.
I said, these A&Rs paying these radio stations. Like I said, if I got Hogman the Intruder, and
Mm-hmm.
I hear Hogman the Intruder at least 4 times within an hour, 5 times within an hour, he must be hot.
Right.
But he hot garbage. He
Yeah.
don't he hot dog water.
You still got to dig. You just digging on digital for what you want to hear.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? So
Exactly.
it's no different than being in the record store back in the day and digging for through the vinyl.
Yeah, that's what I do, man.
You
Like I
know.
said, I go down these rabbit holes. I tell everybody, the cat's like, man, where you find this at? I said, bro, I got
Mm-hmm.
insomnia. I got it. It's a thing called insomnia and
Yeah.
rabbit holes, dog.
Oh, yeah.
I, so I'll be up all night and I'll be stumbling across this, like, oh damn, who's this?
Right.
I'm like, damn. And if you give me, if your lyrics make me smell like, hey, give me the stank face like I stepped in some dog shit, then I'm like, yeah, that's what it is.
Facts.
So you know, that's how I judge it. If I just get the automatic stank face off of, I'm
Mm-hmm.
like, damn. Well, then I had to go back and rewind the track,
And
rewind.
rewinding.
Yeah, and again, I'm like, damn.
Yep.
I'm like, did
Definitely.
he say? I'm up in like I'm doing some kind of science project trying to decipher some Morse code, looking at these lyrics. I'm like, this is ridiculous.
Yeah, man.
But that's the thing. It's all about to me. You got to have lyrics, man, because
Fact.
you cats. Nowadays cats come out with that ham bone knick knack paddywhack type
Mm-hmm.
stuff. They got a fire beat, and it's the beat that's selling. But you listen to the lyrics, you're like, man, ain't saying shit.
Yeah. Exactly. And you don't remember what they said.
No.
Yeah, that is true. That is true. Yo, but like I said, it's all about, like I said, the world has embraced the authentic sound more than ever,
Right.
and that's why the legends are back on tour,
Mm-hmm.
going crazy. It's like
Mm-hmm.
they reinvented themselves with not so much of new music, but the classic music that they're known for. Like
Yeah.
real talk, yo, I tell people, man, I probably didn't realize it until like maybe within the last 5 years.
Mm-hmm.
Yo, my favorite song of all time, like no, for hip hop,
Mm-hmm.
is "The Choice Is Yours," yo. I
Oh
get
yeah,
it
Black
from
Sheep.
Oh man,
yeah,
yeah, Black Sheep, man.
Classic.
Dress is another cat. I think cats don't give props to because he was
Yeah.
real clever. He's clever on the mic.
Yeah.
I would say this with last September, I got a chance to go to Vegas and catch
Mm-hmm.
the LL Force tour.
Right.
The 50 years of hip hop. The one
Mm-hmm.
I wish I could have caught was in Houston. because and he does the era. Because when I went to Vegas, it was, of course, LL Roots was doing their thing. They actually, Flavor Flav lives in Vegas. He was there. They got Flavor Flav up on stage.
Wow.
Salt and Pepper, Dougie Fresh, Slick Rick, of course, Rakim killed it.
Yeah.
And they had Ice-T. He brought Ice-T out. Yeah. So, but the thing I do out here, because since I'm out here in San Diego, I catch shows every chance I get. I just hate I missed boot camp when they came with I missed boot camp click when they came out this way. Well, actually, Smith and Wesson, they came up. I couldn't make that one. See what I caught Freddie Gibbs. That motherfucker on the crate. They can't. Wow, he put on hell of a show. See who else? Called Griselda when they came out here. Next weekend, I'm catching the Wu-Tang farewell joint.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's gonna be out here at the San Diego arena. Who else is coming through? I just missed when Luda just left last week. Ludacris was out here last.
Yeah, he's good.
Thursday. Yeah. Now my homeboy, he caught it up in LA, the class of '95. They were up at the Hollywood Bowl. Lil Kim, Mobb Deep, Red Meth, The Roots. Who else is there? Raekwon. It was bananas. But like I said, if you look at, and I say all that to say this, a lot of these newer artists can't get nobody to come to the shows.
Right.
But you can get who we were listening to in our teenage days or whatever. They selling out. That New York State. I caught the New York State of Mind. I got the New York State of Mind show tour in Anaheim, right?
Right.
Sold out.
Wow.
And it sold out. They were so big that they actually got them in San Diego.
Right.
If I would have known, I wouldn't have drove up to Anaheim. But they got them in San Diego, and down there and then Petco Park sold out. Where the Padres played. That's where
the Padres,
sold that out.
Damn.
So it's about the lyrics, man, because those are classics, man. And when you go to, like out here, I go to shows out here, and you looking at the crowd, looking at the, San Diego got a hip hop community, but it's not like LA or whatever else. It's San Diego's is different. But when you walk in there and you see Meemaw and Paw and whatever, and they like, what the hell? And they know the lyrics better than you. What the hell?
Right.
I've seen this little old Asian grandma in there. Word for word with Raekwon. Word for word with Raekwon. Incarcerated Scarface. Rainy Days.
What?
I was like, man, it was wow. Wow.
That's crazy. Yeah. I mean, that's what people want to hear. They want to see the nostalgic artists. They don't, like Sexy Red can't sell a world tour.
You know what I'm saying? She'll never do that, man. She can't give tickets away. You know what I'm saying?
You know what I'm saying? So it's like, when Wu-Tang Clan come to your town, you got to go see them.
Man, look, it's already sold out.
Yeah.
So I was going anywhere. Me and my homeboy was gonna go. My youngest daughter, she's 19. She was born. Right. She's she in college. She blowing me up. Talking about, Dad, can we go see Wu-Tang's coming to town? I was like, I know.
Right.
If I give you the money, can I go? I was like, I got your ticket, man. Don't worry about it. My son's 15, and I didn't think he was gonna go. He hot. He was hot with me because I didn't get him a ticket. I was like, my bad, dog. My bad. I didn't think you want to go. I told him, I said, well, next time, because Rakim always comes through. Rakim and KRS-One, they always coming through Dago. They hit Dago like automatic. I told him, I'll take you to see Rakim when he come to town.
Oh, he gonna love that show. I've seen Rakim live too.
Man, every time he come to the career, last time he came, I didn't go. I didn't see him, and I had a chance to. Friend of mine had passes so we can go backstage and hang out with him. But I went back to the crib and stayed with my mom's to go see my mom because I was like, my mom would be 90 on Christmas. So I was at the crib and I was like, I said, man, look, I took some extra time at the crib, spent with mom. So I said, hey, I know that probably was a once in a lifetime thing, but it's my mom's
Yeah,
right here, so I had to do that.
yeah, for
But
sure.
but when they come through like that, I mean, like I said, we get a lot of the older shows. Far
Mm.
Side just came through here. The
Oh
Alcoholics
man,
came through here. King T
oh,
came through here.
I ain't seen none of
Matter
them yet. They need to
yeah,
come to New York.
man. Matter of fact, I was supposed to go see Souls of Mischief, but they
I was
they
about to
Oh
say
postponed
wow,
that.
that.
I
They
was about to
pushed
damn.
say
them
that.
back. Yeah,
Now they
their
was,
concert was supposed to be in. It was supposed to be in June, so
Mm.
they pushed it back. They rescheduled it to August.
Oh,
Yeah, for August. And then that was
yeah,
like
they
Action
don't.
Bronson. Action Bronson was coming
Yeah,
out here, and then COVID hit. I was like, damn. It was Action
oh,
Bronson, Shay Noir, and Lil Brother.
she's
They were
dope
all,
too.
yeah,
Little brother just broke up. If I'm not mistaken.
they had the last. Yeah, I caught them when they came out here. It was crazy. Lil Brother
Mm.
hit. Lil Brother came, and then 2 weeks later, Slumville came.
Oh, Slum
man,
Village.
Yeah, they
yeah.
came through here.
Yeah,
And then
damn.
LA had this big ass music festival called
Mm.
Smoke. It was Smoking Grooves. I went to that.
Yeah, I remember that.
Oh
Yeah.
man, that shit was on point. Nas, it was Nas, The Roots, Erica
Wow.
Badu, Dwele, Slumville. Um,
Yeah, man.
it was 12 hours. It was a music festival. 12 hours of music, two
Yeah,
stages, dog.
that's a real festival.
Yeah, Channel Live came through. They were
Kind of
there.
live.
Yeah,
Mm.
so it was on point.
Wow. Word. Yeah, man. Yo, we definitely got to invite Ray to the vibes and stuff because him and Freezie. I can see them debating all night.
For sure. Oh, Triborough, you already know that. You already
You
know that.
know?
Especially if we doing another draft.
Yeah.
Hey,
Oh yeah, yeah. He'll be good for
you,
that
yeah, he'd be good
for
for that.
sure.
Cause like, he'd
Oh, oh,
definitely be
oh,
I
oh.
good
don't
for
I
that.
don't Ray. I don't know what time you be going to bed. Like vibes and stuff. We go pretty late on YouTube, but like when we do like a show, like if it's like a good time, we can invite you on, and
What
you can do
days?
like a rap draft with us or an R&B draft with us.
What days y'all usually do it?
I mean, we don't really have a fit schedule yet. Like we was doing stuff in the morning, we was doing stuff in the afternoon, we do stuff at
Right.
night,
Yeah,
but it be sometimes we go late. It be like 2, 3 in the morning, we still be on.
yeah. The last one we did was
Yeah,
the R&B draft. You can only draft.
yeah,
We each had to get 7 songs.
right.
And
Oh,
that was
same
pretty
song.
good. Yeah, it had 7 songs. So, and it was,
Mm.
I mean, the way it went down, I would say this here, your man, see, Triborough was up there pushing the envelope on everybody. So he want to go in the 80s and stuff. And I was like, I saw what you were
Oh
doing,
man.
so I had to even with my first pick, I know Freezie questioned my first pick. But after
Yeah,
you listen to the track, you see why I went with the first pick.
right.
But it was good. We
Yeah, it was
actually,
fun.
yeah, it was fun. It was fun. And the thing is
Hmm.
one thing I like about vibes. You get talking about music and stuff. Cats
Right.
push you to open your mind, and I get turned on to new stuff. Look back at
Yeah.
something, and be like, damn, I didn't think about it like that, or I need to go listen to this track again, or I get hooked
Hmm.
on a track that I ain't listened to. You'd heard it like a million times, but then you could listen to it again. It's like a brand new track to you.
Right.
You know.
Oh
But
yeah.
yeah, but vibes is on point, man. It was when we going doing those
Yeah.
drafts or whatever.
Hmm.
Yeah, that's right. You was with us when we did the you was on with was me, you, and DSJ
Yeah.
and Freezie when we did the R&B group, put an R&B
Yeah.
group
Yeah. The
together.
R&B groups. Yeah, I was on it for
Yeah,
that. Yeah.
yeah.
Hmm. I think Coach had joined later.
It was he. That was the second time. I know we did it
Yeah,
first because
I
that,
saw
that
Coach in here. I sent him the link, but he never came up with us. So
yeah, he did. Yeah, son,
yeah.
hollered at everybody. So
Yep.
and I get in when I can because with my
Right.
schedule, man, that's why I've been out of the way.
Yeah.
You know, and stuff. But I saw that you were rocking. I said, "Oh shit, let me get in here."
Yeah, and yeah, Freezie was like, yeah, I got to send a link to Soulfinga and to DSJ, and then I just saw everybody else started to come on.
Yeah, I saw it. I was like, "Oh, let me get up
You
in
know,
there, man." So yeah, so I've
yeah,
been working. I've been working since I've been on with you. So
right.
but I appreciate letting me get on and rock with
Oh
you.
yeah, for sure,
And
man,
everything,
for
man.
sure.
And
It's
say,
long overdue.
yeah, yeah.
You know,
Hey, anytime. Like I said,
definitely.
try. Hey,
Before we leave, I want Ray promote what you got going on with the documentary and everything.
Oh man, hey, yo, I'm glad you mentioned it. So all right, so the name of the docu series is called "You Gotta Respect the Legends of Hip Hop
Mhm.
Legacy."
mm,
Um, it's gonna be officially launched this fall.
Okay.
Um, starting with five installments of the series. It's it started with Jersey Impact Part One, Two, and Three features
Mhm.
documentary. Excuse me, that part we off and on the sleep. Naughty by Nature, Red Man, Noise, Joe Button, Rod Digger, Artifacts. The list goes on.
Right.
ooh, artifact.
Originally
Yeah.
documented in 2006, 2010, put in time capsule. Uh, put in production in 2020, 2022, late 2022 when the first for part one for one of the film festivals. And we just kept going from there. The official launch is official. It's not highlighted yet, but it will be as we get further into the summer.
Okay.
And it's Jersey Impact Part One, Two, Three. Also, a part of the series called Verse Gods, which features Smith and Wesson,
Mm,
38 Slash, um, 38 Slash, and the list goes on. Got Verse Gods Part One, and right now, after finishing, I'm weeks away from finishing Edmund Verse Gods 2. So
Nice.
you know what I'm saying. So we just building. It's been low key lately, but just been building. I would love for y'all to be a part of the experience. Chabrel, he's definitely seen part one, two,
Yeah,
and
it was
three,
great.
I believe. And I think he's gonna love First Guys
Oh yeah,
even more. You know what I'm saying?
definitely.
First Guys, I think you're gonna love that. And so just look out for it. Follow on Instagram, you with a U, GOTTA, gotta respect. Um, and of course, YouTube and it'll be on official stream platforms this fall, and it's embracing that nostalgic uh, hip hop that we grew
Yeah.
up to, that we still honor, and that brings back that good memories and good feeling, and but in a raw form. It's not a documentary. There's no commercial style in documentary. It's a crash course for the youngins who want to do their research, and it gives it an embracing feeling, and it makes you and it puts you in the energy to appreciate it more, of what we came from.
Right.
So yeah, and most importantly, it shows you why you gotta respect the legends of hip hop legacy.
Hmm.
Yeah,
Definitely.
yeah.
Definitely. We're definitely looking forward to that, man. Like the first documentary I saw was great. I'm like, yo, that should be on all streaming platforms. You know what I mean? Like everywhere. And I can't wait to see Verse Gods. I know that's gonna be great. And salute to you for what you've done for your contributions to this culture, and Soulfinger, you as well. And this is the type of discussions that I love, just having it with real hip hop heads.
yeah, for sure.
Yeah, real hip hop is
You know?
because we kind of scattered low key.
Yeah, we all over the place. Hey,
Yeah.
we all over the place, man.
Oh yeah.
I always tell it ain't where you're from, it's where you at. I mean,
Right.
those really it really does stick to you. You know, I'm
Definitely.
a plant from Louisiana, but I
Right.
can say it from the boot. But my hip hop roots are all straight up out of the city.
Yeah.
New York, Jersey. I'm man. That's my get down. I listen to it all, but my
Mhm.
roots are coming out of New York, Jersey,
Yeah.
musically, hip hop wise.
That's dope, man. Definitely. Thank you all for definitely coming by and supporting what I do, and everybody, Uncle Freezie and Reg and DSJ. Definitely appreciate y'all, man. Thank you. I'm gonna definitely go live more often. 'Cause I know it's been like a month since I went live, but I'm gonna definitely go live and let y'all know when I'm going live. So
Word.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
All right, now be easy,
All right,
fellas.
man. Y'all get some sleep.
Oh, for
All
sure.
right. Appreciate
Yeah.
it.
Peace.
Peace.
Peace.